Seko, and we are going to start with our meeting today on discussion on the annual reports of the Department of Human Settlements, now being called Infrastructure. As we know that the annual report, honorable members, for 2022-2023, it will be the human settlements portion only, because their infrastructure came after it's in their new financial year, which we are going to deal with it for 2023-2024. So good morning, Minister and the officials. Thanks for joining us, and good morning, members. As we know, for record purpose, we are going to make sure that you introduce yourself. Just to a few things. The meeting, as the invitation is sent, is virtual. No, it's in person, not virtual. So there's not going to be any member that is going to ask a question from the virtual. Whatever member that wants to ask question, that means they have to be in the house. Number two, it's only the community members that, if there are any community members that want to ask the questions online, that will be the case. But so far, Shamis didn't receive any notice of any community member that want to ask the questions for annual reports today. So I'm not going to waste any time. Honorable members, why are you sitting literally at the back? All of you, what's happening with the front seats that we didn't get the memo about those seats at the front? Do you mind shifting at the front? The department, they just said to me, send a message saying that can you come forward? They are wondering what's happening. Can you all move forward on your chairs that are in front of you? Thank you very much. It cannot be you don't want to face the department and you are going to ask them questions. So just, member, come on, move forward. Okay. Member Isaac Seleku, there's a chair in front of you. You're going to sit on it. And then, okay. Just for the department, this is the first class of the ECD infrastructure. I'm trying to. Good morning, members. You can introduce yourself. Thanks for shifting.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the department and the officials present here today, as well as to the Minister. My name is Kayla Murray, and I'm a member of the committee.
Morning, Chair. Morning, MEC. Everyone present. My name is Ben Ran, member of this committee.
Good morning to everybody. I'm Peter de Villiers, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Minister. Good morning to the DDG. And good morning to the rest of the team. My name is Mbulel Isaac Seleku. I am indeed a member of this committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, and to the department and members. My name is Mesuli Kama. I'm an alternate member to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Under normal circumstances, I would have said we'll continue, and as you answer the questions, you'll introduce yourself. But as you can see, there are some new faces from our side that now you have to introduce yourself so that also they can know who is who in the department. So I'm going to request that we know all of you who are here and the positions, and the members can be able to link with the department to know your names as we engage. Thank you very much. Starting with you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tertius Simmers, Provincial Minister of the Department of Infrastructure, also the former Department of Human Settlements, which is in that capacity which we're here this morning as well.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. Labika Skirma, DDG for Human Settlements.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. My name is Camilla August. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Human Settlement Planning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Anita Ardens, the Tribunal Chair for the Rental Housing.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Nathan Adrianse, Director responsible for Public Information and Stakeholder Relations.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Nkosana Vaveki, Manager, Western Cape Rental Housing Tribunal.
Good morning, it's Shanaz Adams from Strategic Support.
Good morning, Riyang Elias, Strategic Support.
Morning, Chair and members. Warren Wilson, Department of the Premier.
Good morning, Liesel Baran, Department of the Premier, People Management.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shaira January Manzini. I am in Land and Asset Management, but I was the Acting Director of Finance during the 6 months of the period. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, and morning, everyone else, Minister and colleagues. Ndobe Gombingeleli. I'm the MLO to Minister Summers.
Morning, Chair, Minister, members. Gavin Wiseman, Director, Affordable Housing.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. David Halley, Acting Director of Human Settlement Planning.
I'm sorry, under no this you have to go outside downstairs, but I'm not included in that. It's a fire drill outside at the entrance. I'm sorry, yes, we have to move out. and I'm sorry about that this building in a way, Minister of Infrastructure, it needs attention. So don't blame my committee. I throw it back to you that check it out where there's a shortcoming. So we did a walkabout there last time, and I think by now you got a report of some of the issues that have been raised. Why we have to walk down the stairs all the time, because there is a toaster somewhere there. So it's part of that. But today we are not infrastructure, we are on human settlements. And we are going to start with the tribunal. But first, before, I'm going to ask Minister if there's any forward, and also from the chairperson, and we can take the questions from the members after that. Members, you do have the tribunal annual report, and we are going to start with that. And as for the Department of Human Settlements, as you know, that we'll be dealing with the part A, B, and D. So in the Standing Committee of Infrastructure, or now for Human Settlements, we don't do page to page. I'm going to present to you the A, the B, and the D. You ask a question and you indicate the page as you ask the questions. As for now, is the tribunal, the whole annual report of the tribunal. Questions have to come from that. Minister, over to you.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm happy to say I see all of our members are fit. They could do the stairs, so well done. Chairperson, obviously, members of the Standing Committee, what will now be, after today, the former head of department of Human Settlements, but also the DDG of the branch Human Settlements in the Department of Infrastructure. Executive members of the department management team in terms of human settlements, but also our chairperson of the Rental Housing Tribunal, Ms. Aronson. Madam Chair, I must allude, she was recently appointed, and this is also her first standing committee meeting, also at the start of her term of office, and it's just amazing how life goes full circle, because we are now concluding the life cycle of this department within the current term. Madam Chair, it said, Carl Brand famously said that no one can go back and make a brand new start, but anyone can start from now and make a brand new beginning, which is, I think, quite prudent in terms of the Rental Housing Tribunal annual report you're about to get, and once we delve deep into the matter, also the former Department of Human Settlements. Indeed, this financial year under review for both the Rental Housing Tribunal and the now former Department of Human Settlements was a year in which, a lot of change happened, because we actually now have a branch in the Department of Infrastructure. But when we started off this financial cycle that we're going to be held accountable for, we were the Department of Human Settlements. We had aligned our targets for the MTF period. However, within a month after doing that, the Premier made his announcement of the formation of 2 new departments. And thus, we would merge with Transport and Public Works and Roads, and hence, this is the final year through which we will actually focus now on the Department of Human Settlements for the very, very last time. This has brought up a new workload that needed to be implemented as part of the planning and assembling process of the new department. And obviously, the Rental Housing Tribunal is one of our key structures which does perform a very crucial task, and we also need to fit them into this new mega department. Madam Chair and members, as with any change in organization structure, there's also a shift in dynamics. And at the center of the transition was what would become known, and you all know it as the Refresh Program. A notable change and parallel to the Refresh Program while it was ongoing were the need for this department to still focus on its key senior and strategic resources and outputs as committed to before the Premier made the announcement. Chair, for an extended period of this financial year in review, which we will be accounting for today, we need to note that the department senior management team, in terms of the human resources component, we were actually functioning with a 34% vacancy rate within the Department of Human Settlements, something which one should note. And these were just some of the internal challenges that our department faced. And while externally there were challenges that directly impacted on our delivery of some of our projects, we did manage to do a lot of great work, as I will touch on and focus on the Rental Housing Tribunal themselves now. As a case and example, Madam Chair, of the external factors that is not within our control are the invasion of land parcels across our province, invasion of projects, invasion of sites that happened in this financial year. We also had to deal with the matter of the emergence of those individuals who seek to illegally monopolize and conglomerize their stance on what they should get on behalf, as they put it, the community. Here I'm referring to those who act illegally. And a good example in case, Madam Chair, which is a very sad case for the year under review, and it's part of the airport precinct development in the city's jurisdiction, is our Guguletu projects. It's a 248 million rand budget that was supposed to be spent. However, just in this financial year, Madam Chair, we witnessed no less than 3 separate shooting incidences. Last incident, we saw no less than 4 security guards being seriously wounded. Again, and when we are held to account by this committee, I want them to be aware of what the challenges really are that we face with, which is beyond our mandate. But above all, Madam Chair, the last incident happened at a crucial point in time when the contractor was actually about to go back on site, because the project was already 10 months behind schedule because of the 3 other incidents that happened before, 2 other incidents that happened before that. And to date, Madam Chair, that site is still closed. Massive costs are incurring in terms of security. But again, that is beyond our reach. But when you look at our outputs and our deliverables we deliver, it does have an impact on our figures. And I'm quite upfront and transparent about that, because when we deliberate the Department of Human Settlements itself, I do need the members to be quite wary of that as well. But however, Madam Chair, in all of this doom and gloom and change and refresh and people needing to be fresh, to focus on refresh and their work, we still saw a tinkling of hope, because within that, excellence still emerged. And that excellence you will now start discussing in terms of the Rental Housing Tribunal. When we opened our term in 2019, just the backlog was close to 1,000, you will remember. And I'm not even talking about cases that's beyond the 90-day cycle. Interventions were put in place for the financial year under review, Madam Chair. The Rental Housing Tribunal dealt with 2,552 cases to be exact. I think that's a phenomenal caseload, and what they have managed to do. As the week on the final day of the financial cycle, only 675 cases remained part of the backlog. Cases that are 90 days and older, we took down from 391 to 209. Remember, in 2019, that figure itself stood close to 1,000. Phenomenal work by our Rental Housing Tribunal. And the golden thread, Honourable Chairperson and members, that is woven through our department and through the Rental Housing Tribunal was a focus to be determined to take an innovative approach to show that governance can be creative within finite resources as we expand our horizon. And there are 4 key factors that one needs to focus on in this regard as well. With all the negativity and all the doom and gloom and all the budget cuts and policy changes, this province still delivered what is now known as the first home finance, the most in the country, 7 times more than any other province in difficult times. We saw the deferred ownership pilot project in Cape Agulhas, the complete implementation of that project. Many of our beneficiaries of this unique Western Cape approach are doctors, teachers, policemen, and nurses. Many of them rented previously. Many of them even used the services of the Rental Housing Tribunal. Again, phenomenal. We've managed to deliver 7,808 housing opportunities, again, under very difficult circumstances. But part of our responsibility as a department, Honourable Chairperson, also is in creating job opportunities, and empowerment opportunities for the communities where our projects are implemented in. And again, for the year under review, 66% of the HSDG grant, Madam Chair, was invested on SMMEs and job opportunities in previously disadvantaged groups. Once again, something which is phenomenal given our massive challenges. Madam Chair, as I conclude, this was not an easy year for my department. I will be very upfront and blunt. We had to deal with change. We had to deal with challenges around every turn. However, I'm fully confident that as we close down and wind up the Department of Human Settlements today with this report, we will now focus on the future. I'm confident that under the leadership of what will be the former HOD, Labika Skierman and the team, we have put in place measures to ensure that the branch human settlements does not repeat the mistakes of the past. Many of those past mistakes predates my term and even her term as the HOD. But the team has proven two metaphors about rough seas quite accurate. Firstly, Madam Chair, and you and your team have also gone through this, smooth seas has never made a skilled sailor. That is something that I've learned together with the department since 2019. But I think Robin Sharma put it so adequately, which is the second focus on the sea. Rough seas make strong sailors, but tough times build greater people. Indeed, Madam Chair, we have come out of the 2022-2023 financial year as great leaders. You will see that reflective in the Rental Housing Tribunal's annual report. And I'll just start unpacking and engaging on the department's report. So I do want to thank the team. We have proven to be great leaders, but above all that we can sail through the stormy waters, even with our outputs being questioned, and which is why we're here to correct some of the misinformation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair. After hearing what Minister Simmers has said and members, good morning to you all. I have nothing further to add except that we present, and very happily so, the report for 2022 to 31 March 2023, and we'll be happy to receive questions.
Thank you very much, honorable members. You do have your rental housing tribunal, and I'm opening up for the questions from you. Member Mari, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just relating to the presentation provided, there was a page in terms of accessibility, page 12, and I just wanted to get an understanding of what efforts are taken to assist differently abled persons through the Rental Housing Tribunal. And then I noted in the Minister's opening remarks the threat of extortion. And I wanted to understand whether that threat towards the Renting Housing Tribunal has increased, what measures have been taken to contain it, and who are they collaborating with in order to contain this risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Mara.
Okay, thanks. Good mornings again. Two questions here from my side, page 2. The 2,552 cases during this financial year. And then also the MEC in his input did not mention about the work and the performance by the tribunal. I just wanted to check because there is still cases older than 90 days. Is there any cases older than 12 months? 90 days might be 6 months. It might be a year. It might be 2 years. Is there any in those older than 90 days that might be beyond 12 months? That's the first question. The second one, Chair, also on page 2, I'm coming from a rural area outside of Cape Town because the tribunal expressed the challenges faced by areas outside of the city boundaries. And then the first phase like your George, your Oudtshoorn, your Mosselbaai and other areas, how far are we in terms of set up those rental housing information officers? How far are we? Have we dealt with all those that's been mentioned in the first phase? If not, what are those that we have dealt with? Who set up those officers? Thanks.
See any hand maybe? Oh, you thought I know I was recognize the hand if it's been raised. Member Leku and then Member Kama.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me use this opportunity to greet again. I'll also start where my friend has ended in terms of accessibility out of the metro, because I'm rural purely. And what has the Housing Tribunal done to make sure that their work is known, specifically in areas where they have difficulties in terms of people to access the work of the tribunal? What is it that you are doing? It's well and done to mention it, that you've got problems there. You know, one would want to know what has been the issues and how are you going to address it, and by when do you think you will be able to achieve what you want to do? And then, Chair, I'll go to page 13 as well. It is very nice. All the cases has been mentioned and they're very specific. And my question is also based on specifics. Would you say some of the cases that you are dealing with has to do with BNG houses, or is it across the board? And lastly, the complaints that you are getting, is it coming mostly from the metro, or is it coming mostly from rural areas? Would you be able just to give us specifics in terms of all the numbers of complaints that you are getting? Where does the majority of cases come from? And why is that? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. I'm also from rural, but I think that rural question has been sufficiently covered. So I have one question, Chair, on page 15. In terms of the review applications, I don't have a sense of and fairly because I'm relatively new in the committee, I don't have a sense of the numbers of the review applications before, like in other financial years. So I just want to just get the details around these 8 review applications, and perhaps an update of whether they have been concluded. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that from my side, the questions will be, I saw on page 9, just to get the clarity on maybe confirmation for the members' payments and the compensation of the employees and the total compensation. When you say members' payments, is the board members, and also compensation of that, and of which the compensation of the employees are about 20, is it 26 or some 27? Okay. So that 3 point something is for the board members. Okay. And the second one is maybe the issue of the reporting the numbers. And if you look in page 14, maybe if I can say to the department in future, if they report, to give us a clear indication in reporting, because now When you say 2021 backlog of cases, it's 898. 2021, 2022, 391. 2022, 2023. So the start of the captured, is it the new, or you add those ones that were on the backlog, and where do they go, those ones that are the cases older than 90 days from the last financial years? So when you look at the numbers that you are reporting at the beginning of the year versus what was backlog, it doesn't add up. So the reporting of that has to change for it to make sense that we see where they are. And then so I remember Maran maybe is asking the question of, do you have cases that are older and how many are they? Because reporting there, it doesn't, so if maybe we can get the clarity of those older cases, where are they now? And the total number, that means, for example, the 2022, 2023 of 2,552, if you add with 391 of the backlog, it will give you more than 2,552. I wonder if it makes sense to, so that the same applies to the future, if we can get that. And I tried to add with the general hearings, the numbers, they don't tally at all. So if we can make it easy for reporting to us so that we can understand, because immediately when it gets complicated, we take the calculator, and trust me, it doesn't add up. When we take the calculator, I end up thinking my battery is not working, and I know it's working. So if maybe we can get the figure of the backlog, how many do you have? And the backlog of other financial years, where are they now? Did you deal with them or not? And what are the challenges there? And when you talk about the issue of the hearings, and then also the number of complaints that has been captured, where are the other cases? Because it doesn't also give sense of where are the others, because if you have 692 only hearings, and the reported of the withdrawn blah 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 to reach 2,552, there are cases that are missing in place. So if maybe you can also give us the figures there so that it can make sense to us, I will appreciate it. Then the last one. Yes, I'll go, because I'm blessed to be with the department for quite some time. We said there's going to be the satellite offices. And then the satellite offices, you were leasing the offices. I saw on the financials here, there's no lease money that has been paid, I think, on the operating leases. I don't know, is there that you don't have that anymore? And what are the shortcomings of that changes? And if we were getting people from the outside that were coming for the cases, bringing the cases in your George, I remember George was one of them that you were doing. And if you didn't have you were not paying the lease, that means that was not happening in George. So how were you servicing? And we talked, I think, the last financial year of the being innovative of using IT, that you can do the virtual. Are you doing that? And then we talked about reporting those virtual, how many? I don't see it here, and we agree that that was going to be a case of reporting the virtual cases. Then it will make sense. Maybe that's where you miss the numbers of when we try to tally the 2,552 to the others. So if we can get the feeling of what changes are there, because it seems there is the changes when you look also on the performance versus what you were doing in the past, just for us to be in the same WhatsApp group with you. That's all from me. Minister?
Chairperson, before I exercise my power of delegation, because the bulk is administrative, so I'll pass it back to Labika. Just two things, Madam Chair, in context to expanding the RHD services to the rural areas, because in 2019, it's one of the three crucial decisions which we were tasked to do. Now, always being reflective, because some of the members are new, they understand the journey that we've walked. Madam Chair, firstly, if you download the WCG app, and I've just put it on my screen here, it's an app that we developed as Human Settlements, and you'll see part of our vision was to expand our services, to digitize it, knowing well that even in the rural areas, people do have access to data, and there's obviously the provincial government does a free Wi-Fi hotspot. So the Rental Housing Tribunal is on that app if you download it. It's actually the first connection that you can make on that app. We have seen a steady uptake of the app itself. I believe there's over 10,000 downloads. So it'll be interesting to know how many of that relates to the RHT. I know the RHT have tried to be innovative. Secondly, Madam Chair, when after 2019, the team went out, we started engaging municipalities, and the list is in the report. Now, because the non-metro areas were not even well aware what the functions of the RHT are, we had to deal with a lot of negativity and non-commitment from the B municipalities. I must be quite blunt. So what the team and I did then, since then, we've engaged the district municipalities, because in the rural areas, the district municipalities do have office facilities in the B municipal area, to ask them if they perhaps do have available space for us. But to ensure that that could happen, we needed to get commitment from the B municipalities, who's our ultimate users we are targeting. So for the year under review, we have had a lot of successful discussions. Key municipalities, and they are listed there. Some discussions are more advanced than others, Madam Chair, because at the end of the day, and that will be the task of the new chairperson, it's how do we structure and how do we do the caseloads, how do we go out. I know a B municipality that's quite positive, and it's actually shown us the opposite is Mossel Bay, for instance. You know, the building is there, the room is there, the Wi-Fi is there, and it's now upon the new chairperson to now build on what we've done. But once again, partnership is key to the success of the RHT in the non-metro areas. And it's to get the commitment from the B municipalities, like we have from the districts, to ensure that the service does expand into the rural areas, because my concern as the minister has always been similar to that of the standing committee. Outside of the metro area, the same stuff which the RHT is dealing with in the metro at the moment is happening in our non-metro areas. And our poor people do not know that they have a recourse, a free service which we offer, which is why I'm pushing for the expansion of this service progressively into the non-metro areas.
Going to ask Mr. Adrianse to lead the responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the members. And let me start by saying to Chair, thank you very much for your input in how we as the Rental Housing Tribunal can further enhance our reporting to this committee. In my response, I just want to go to the first point which you raised, Chair, in terms of general hearings, table 7 on page 14. Now, again, the mandate of the Rental Housing Tribunal is to harmonize disputes between landlord and tenant. So the number of complaints, 2,552, you see, were lodged with us during the financial year, but we only saw 692 hearings. The balance, where the balance went to, quite simply, is through a mediation process. So we will get the parties together as part of the back office administration, and we will engage with those particular parties. So the parties would then come to an amicable agreement. Is there? So in terms of the hearings, Chair, again, what we do as a tribunal is the back office staff together with the members have particular delegations in terms of closing of cases. Not every complaint which lands with the tribunal results in a hearing. So just to deal with that particular issue. You've mentioned on the expenses, you don't see lease agreements. We have an office as the Department of Infrastructure in George. So that is catered for in that particular portion. So we don't have an issue with renting space, as it were. So we have a staff member situated in our George office. If I go to Member Kama, review applications on page 15, Now, again, in terms of the rental housing tribunal processes, when a ruling is issued by the tribunal, if a party is unhappy with the ruling, the recourse they have is to actually take the matter on review in the High Court. We are pretty, I don't want to say pleased, I don't think that's the right word, but for us to only have 8 review applications out of 2,552 cases, I think is a good indication of the process that we follow to deal with all matters that we see during the financial year. Member Seleku, in terms of where do we find our complaints, the breakdown, I can confirm that we see a situation where 95% of our cases emanate from the metro and 5% that is from the non-metro areas. You asked the question about, is it related to BNG units that we have? From our perspective, at this point in time, we don't see many relating to our BNGs. They are outside of that particular area. Access to our services, I think both you, Member Kama and Member Moran, asked the same question in terms of how do we ensure that there is a greater footprint that we reach. Minister Simmers has touched on it in terms of the number of engagements which you've had with municipalities being one of those. Outside of that, because we have a number of different stakeholders that we need to engage with, we've also had engagements with our internal colleagues, community services and oversight, because we do need to have our SAPS on our side when we deal with emergency cases. We've had engagements with local government, the department. We've had engagements with SALGA. But more importantly, what we've done is we've engaged with different stakeholders in terms of CBOs, NGOs, different advocacy groups within different communities. And perhaps what we must do, Chair, is provide this committee with a summary of those engagements which we've had for the last year. I think Minister has touched on the technology element in terms of the app. But I think also when we look at the app and the 10,000 users that we've had on the app, we've also introduced the CRM solution to our citizens. And this will also talk to access, which Member Murray raised. How do we deal with folk that are disabled? We have a self-service kiosk at our offices at 27 Wells Street, where members of the public can, with assistance from our team, be assisted in terms of lodging their complaints on the system. Our help desk team is also on standby to assist members of the public who require our services. Member Moran, you asked the question about cases over 12 months. I can confirm that as a tribunal, we have no cases over 12 months. The 90-day cases I can also share with the committee that as of the end of September, the 209 which you see here, we're now down to 177 cases that are in backlog. And looking ahead, we will probably be less than 100 cases by the end of the financial year. Chair and members, I think I've answered most of the questions. But if I've missed one, I'd be happy to take that.
Thank you very much. Maybe if you can quickly, while we are there, try to give clarity on page 9 on the travel and accommodation. That is not what is it for? Is for the officials of the tribunal, or is for the board members? And for that is when they do what, and also the total goods and services. I see it has increased to 450 from, well, what is it that is what is that increment to be so high? Maybe if you can get the clarity for that, what does it entail? Because in my head, I'm saying if maybe it's there for the computers, is what you were doing 2019, 20. And if you look at the cases of that year of the COVID, I just want to go to that page. Yeah. You have 2020, 2021, you had about 635 hearings, and you were doing that virtually mostly. So if that is the case, and then but the cost now is gone up there while you are doing virtual also, just make me understand what is it, why the amount has gone high so from last financial year to this year.
Thank you very much. In terms of the expenditure, you'll see a big amount for 2022, 2023, which is computer services. Now, you remember that we introduced the CRM solution in 2020, just when COVID hit. And what we've done is the 275,000 relates to enhancements to the system. Like any app which you deploy, you find that you need to make certain adjustments to it in terms of functionality. And that's what we found. So we spent 275,000 on that. You raised the issue of travel and accommodation. That relates to when we do ad hoc hearings. And at the moment, we are doing ad hoc hearings in George. So again, it relates to the expenditure incurred for the hearing that we have, and members need to travel down to George. So we're doing that on a quarterly basis. We have ad hoc hearings in George. So that covers the entire Garden Route area. Where we have cases in that particular jurisdiction, we will have ad hoc hearings, which the members will then travel down to.
Thank you very much. I think the question of member of the cases, where the cases are, it will also, I didn't hear you responding to it, that most of the cases is Metro and then, okay. Thank you. Before you continue, let me give member Seleko and member.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm going to page 10. I guess the number of calls, that has doubled up from 2020 to 2021 and to where it's standing currently to 3,200. That has been, would that also come from the Metro? Yeah, and Chair, the other question, how does the complaints that is received by the Housing Tribunal assist the department when it engages with municipalities in setting up their business plans for housing opportunities? How does the complaints that you receive, you're dealing with on a daily basis, assist you as a department when you engage with the different business plans of the different municipalities? Does it assist you or does it not assist you? Thank you very much.
Change page 2 again. And I'm glad to hear, Chair, that even in the report, the first round of engagement with the municipalities were not so positive, but the second round, definitely. And even also brought in, as I understand from the MEC, the districts. Is there, so we'd like to understand those who responded positive. Is there a time frame to set up those offices? If we don't have that specific detail now, you can give it to us. But also to have an understanding who are those who have responded positive, the users as called by who are those, and do the department have maybe time frames to set up. And then on page 6, MEC, specific to you, because in terms of the act, the minister is vested with the powers to appoint members. The vacancy that's currently there, why is there a vacancy? Is there any plans to fill that vacancy? Are we looking for specific skills. What are the reasons? How long is it vacant? Then on page 14, Chair. Page 14, if you look for on general hearings, the second bullet point, postponement of cases, is mainly as a result of medical reasons. Is it members that's getting sick, or is it the complainant? We'd like to understand who's getting sick and why is it a reason? But also the issue of unavailability of legal representation. Just to explain to us that, you know what happened in the police in rural areas, if a person is from a far distant area and comes to the police station to lay a complaint, if the police don't want to deal with that particular issue, he asks that person to come back the following day. With the hope the person don't come back. Now here is cases that's been withdrawn, settled. Complainants are no longer interested in pursuing the matter any further. And we'd like to understand the reason why people don't want to pursue the matter any longer. Is it because of the continuous postponements? Or the hope that the person will give up? Or is there other reasons why persons don't want to pursue this particular matter? Because if it was a case where there was a mediation process, there should have been a bullet point there stated that one of the reasons that persons don't want to pursue the matter anymore because the mediation process was successful. But here we are stating that persons are not interested anymore to pursue that matter. Can it be because people are coming from far, and to pay for a taxi or a train every time, it's costing them money. And maybe say, no, but I'm not interested anymore to pursue this particular matter. We just like to have an understanding. Thanks.
You can go on.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to Member Moran for the follow-up questions. From a postponement perspective, Member Moran, I can assure you that it's not the members. Our members are fit, and therefore they are on duty when they need to be on duty. Postponements is normal in any course of any engagement that we have as a tribunal. And unfortunately, when there is a request for postponement, we are not going to deny that request for postponement. And there we have medical evidence for a particular matter. Minister will touch on the vacancy, but I just want to say that we, in terms of the Act, in terms of a quorum for a hearing for a matter to proceed, we only need three members per hearing. In this instance, when Member Van Stade resigned, we had 5 members. And we then took a view that we have 2 alternate members who we could also bring in to sit on hearing matters. So that is how we dealt with it. But I think, Minister, you might want to just deal with that.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Member Maran for the question. Indeed, Member Maran, I think Nathan has started touching on that because when Mr. Van Staden resigned, I mean, there was literally just a few months remaining before I had to appoint a new tribunal. So it didn't make sense to fill the vacancy at that stage, being well aware that we could actually do 2 sets of hearings at a time because the alternative members ensured that in both instances we had three apiece. I'm happy to report, Honourable Chairperson, that as we sit here, there are no vacancies. We have a new chairperson, a new tribunal, a mixture of new and old. Also, once again, referring to what the Standing Committee asked us in 2019, it's a mixture of skill set, but also experience and also representation. As you can see, what we seldomly recognize is Ms. Arends is the first female chairperson of the tribunal in the history of the Western Cape. once again, showing our commitment to for continuity, but also to ensure that we expand our offerings in a fair and just manner. Yeah.
Thank you. Remember that the annual report is for the Department of Human Settlement. So that is the past. We did help to interview. So we've got a new board members where Ms. Arance has been appointed as a chair for the new board. Member Maran, over to you.
Who's getting sick? Is it lawyers who are absent, or is it complainants? Because you just tell us it's not members. Who's getting sick?
Can I say that I choose not to answer?
Lisa?
Madam Chair, once again, if you look at the nature of what the Rental Housing Tribunal does, and before we introduced the mediation process, once again, that's a new innovation that we did within this term in the last 2 financial years only. When people who can afford legal representation find out but it's not going their way, miraculously the lawyer gets sick or the one who lodged the complaint gets sick. So I think I'm answering your question. But like Nathan says, our members are fit for purpose. They are ready for the job. It's the other side of the table that's normally getting sick for specific reasons beyond our control.
Did that answer your question, member? Okay. Members, I think that was all the questions for the tribunal. Member Seleko, do you want to address me?
There's a question that I've asked. And it's because I'm heading to something when I deal with the annual report of human settlements, and the response will determine whether I'm going to ask this question or not. Thank you.
Thank you. You're very progressive, member. Over to you, Minister.
Chairperson, before I ask Labika to respond, because once again, for the year under review, she has done a lot of engagements with B municipalities, but members of the standing committee that have been here since 2019 will know since 2020, we've been on an active drive to refocus the municipalities' focus on affordable housing, adjusting their business plans, because what we have picked up, if you analyze our backlog, a fair portion of our provincial backlog is actually people that earn above the 3,500 threshold. Yet many a times they are the people that rent our BNG units and are looking for affordable housing or affordable rental options. So from a legislative perspective, which is my duty, I then ask the department, when you go out in these engagements, you need to start doing the perspective shifts, because councils are guided by the administrations, and we can't seek to address the real issue of affordability if it's not reflective in the business plan process which the department administratively administers. Rebecca?
So complaints are received in different forms. We also inside of the former department had a complaints and help desk, and I can ask Mr. Adianza to comment on that. And then we have sometimes they bypass the help desk and they come directly into the office of the HOD, but all of that gets filtered and responded to, including the administration of the FLIS subsidies and so on. Then we have spent a lot of time in the municipalities in the past 6 months, and that's another avenue of our complaints come into the department that we address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think even Member Seleko is happy. We are done with the tribunal. It was just a build-up from him for asking the questions. So, honorable members, option 1, you need a 5 minutes break, or we continue with the departments. 5 minutes. It's not 6, 5 minutes. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes, that means now it's 19 minutes past 9, 20 past? No, 25 past. Yeah, okay. Let's take a break, then stretch our legs, and 25 past. Again, we'll be starting with the department now. Thank you very much. We are going to continue with our agenda. Honorable members, like I mentioned, I think usually in the standing committee, because we do the engagements, the quarterly reports, and we get the reports, and I think this is just the summary of everything. And from the members' side, we've been crisscrossing the province, engaging with the department, asking the questions also as we engage in our oversight role. So we had the dignity report, which it was for the 2022-2023, where we engaged with the municipalities. I think we were going to we're engaging with each and every municipality minister, including the Section A. Here's the deal. If you ask the question from Section A on page, I'm making an example, 20, the next question cannot go and say 14. We are progressive. 20, and then we move forward. That's how we are going to do it. And I know that you'll work with me on that one. Kayla, Mary, member, I'm with you.
Chair, please just allow me to forfeit this opportunity for the minute to make sure that it isn't in the wrong section.
So we are in Section A. Okay. Okay, let me give Member Maran while she's double checking. I'm with you.
Chair, thanks. And I want to ask the MEC and the department whether they still remember the name Cynthia Bless. Does it sound familiar? She's MEC. Cynthia Bless is still without a house. The Honorable Lily, when he was still a member of this committee, asked a written question, 2021. The reasons why she have not received a house.
Because we have the Poppy Act. I'm trying to navigate in my
I'm not going to request personal information.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that if you will want to go into details, maybe you can request to switch off and you continue if you want that engagement. But
I'm not going to request personal information.
Okay.
My question actually is, when will a house be built for Cynthia Bless? Her application for a subsidy was approved in 2020 already. Now, the MEC have also obtained a letter from the municipality asking they must explain why they have not received their house. And basically what they said is that they were supposed to build 600 houses, but because of ESCOM and the electrical infrastructure, they were only able to build 249. But the 600 service plots. And by the time the subsidy were approved, all the 249 houses were already given to beneficiaries. It was part of the 600, 249 was built. So there was no one left for her but there's 600 service plots. Why can't the house for her? She got a disabled child. The one day she's staying here, the one day she's staying there. And I think that at this stage, even with load shedding, that it can't be used as an excuse. Why can't a house be built? If see, for instance, here that the department for the year under discussion have received a unqualified report, to her, it will mean nothing. So I just want to ask that specific question. Why can't a house be built for Cynthia Bless? Because her subsidy has already been approved. She got a disabled child. The place where she was staying, a municipal building, what the municipality have done, they have removed the roof from that building for her to move out of that building. But they didn't give her an what is that word? Alternative. They did not give her an alternative. Why can a house MEC be built for Cynthia Bless with a disabled child? That's the one. Question. Then, let me see. On the 11th of August, we had a standing committee meeting. And in that meeting, we have received a quarterly report, the last quarterly report, with the annual targets versus the outcome for that year. On the 17th of August, I stood here in Parliament giving a statement on the performance of the department. And the figures that I have used in my statement, and the statement is here, is the exact figures that was in the quarterly report. So at the end of statements, the MSC, given an opportunity by the speaker, said that I've misrepresented the figures. It's actually not true. Today we have received this infographic, what do you call this thing? Quoting the exact figures that I've used in my statement. The exact figures. So I could not understand at that stage why the MEC said that I've misrepresented the figures. Server sites, that's been delivered. And if you look, for instance, the report that we have received that particular day, and it speaks to program 3. Just trying to get that thing. If you just give me a minute. I'm trying to organize myself. I think it's in here, program 3. The report that we have received on the 11th of August. Server sites. But also housing deliveries. Non-credit link, 250. The outcome for that year was 272. Overachievement of 22. I'm now at the report that we have received in the quarterly report meeting. It was on the 11th of August. If you look at FLISP, the target set by the department for the year was 2,000. The output 1,406. Underachievement of 564. Breaking new ground, a target of 6,213. Output, 3,672. Underachievement of 2,541. And then service sites, a target of 2,747, an output of 1,230, and the achievement of 1,517. That's under the year under discussion. Now, how do you compare this performance with the audit outcome in the unqualified order that we have received? An improvement from the last year before, the one under discussion, it's an improvement. But in terms of delivery on the ground, we have underachieved. So I just want to see specific reasons, and maybe, and if we don't have that information at hand now, I don't mind whether we can get it outside of this meeting. Those municipalities that have underachieved, we have not spent their monies, because if we set ourselves a target of 6,213, then it means the money should have been there. The money should have been there to build those houses. We can't set ourselves targets and the money is not there. The money should be there. Meaning that if we have built only 3,702 BNG houses, then it means municipalities have not spent the allocations that they have received from this provincial government. We want to know who are those municipalities, the amounts that they have received, how much have they spent out of that monies, and what are the reasons why there was this underachievement. I hear what the MHC have said in terms of the construction mafia that's there, and I'm not sure whether it's only in the metro area, but also other areas outside of the metro. I would like to understand who are those municipalities and why they have underspent those monies. Let me stop there, Chair, for now.
Thank you very much. Remember, if in the meantime, you can, on your book, check the part F, which you are not going to ask the question on, but you can just scan on it. Some of the issues you will see them there. Member Seleku, and then Member Amar.
No, Chair, thank you very much. It's always nice to speak after Member Maran. Firstly, Chair, it will be incorrect of me not to commend the department for, in terms of their financial statements, of maintaining an unqualified, to remain unqualified for the fourth consecutive year in terms of financial statements. And secondly, Chair, also want to congratulate them in terms of compliance from material findings to no material findings in this particular audit outcome. And thirdly, in terms of the performance report, I see it remains unchanged. Because, Chair, the reason I'm opening with this is because of what the Minister has said in his opening remarks, specifically stating that during difficult times, they were able to do whatever they could do to be able to deliver in terms of their perceived or hopeful targets. And then the question that I would also want to ask to the department, because I struggle to find an answer to this one, DDG, coming from a municipality. That the performance of you as a department, is it solely dependent on you as a department, or is it dependent on other stakeholders in terms of their responsibility, in terms of making sure whatever they put on their business plans is able to be implemented? So my question to you as a department, would you say as a department, in terms of your targets, because when you look at it, you say, it is non-performance, because you are just focused on the numbers, but you are not focused on the detail. Because it does not make sense for a department to say, I want to achieve 5, and then you'll be happy with 3. So my question would be to the department, in terms of the targets that you did not meet, and not being solely dependent on you as a department, would you say that as a department, under all these challenges that you were confronted, from becoming a department to becoming a branch, with all these extortions, land invasions, and all these small things that impacts on the delivery, would you say you as a department have actually done the best that you could do in trying to achieve your targets, so that the ones that are actually beneficiaries are able to get those opportunities? That is question number 1. Chair, and then I want to go to the allocation of beneficiaries when it comes to housing opportunities. And that is something that we have not been able to deal with from the sphere of local government. Now, Minister, I want you to tell us, you as a department, what role do you play when it comes to the selection of beneficiaries, to the approval of policy, when it comes to the selection of beneficiaries on the sphere of local government? Because why do I want you to answer me, Minister, in that is because when an elderly person does not get an opportunity, like Member Maran has been raising, when someone with a disability does not get an opportunity, then they would say the provincial government did not give that opportunity. So you need to explain to us, what is your role when it comes to the selection of beneficiaries for people to get housing opportunities on the ground? Thirdly, in terms of on page 20, the 18 municipalities that you were able to engage with, which we have 30 municipalities, what criteria do you use when you engage with municipalities? The 18 that you currently mentioned, is it the 18 that is currently running projects? Or is there some municipality that doesn't have running projects? I think, Chair, I will end there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm such a generous chairperson because I'm trying to listen to the pages. There's no pages, of which that means soon we'll be done with the A. We'll be moving to B. Member Mari and Member Kama in that order.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my first question is with regards to USDG grants. It's not something that I've seen outlined too much in the first part where I imagine it would have been. So I just wanted to understand what oversight the department is conducting with regards to USDG grants and whether there's been any funding that they've applied for in this regard and for what projects. Then, Chair, I think this is page 8 with regards to title deeds. I just want to commend the department on the work that they've done before and after 1994 with regards to delivering title deed well above their targets. And I wanted to understand with regards to pre-1994 and post-1994, those two blocks there, whether they related at all to the District 6 program, or if there were any other city metropolitan areas that had benefited from those title deeds. Page 8 again, revenue is a bit concerning. So we see that in the current financial year, 2022-23, that there is a significant increase compared to the previous financial year, but the target set is still much higher than what was achieved. And if we could just get some clarity on that, is that an issue with maybe an unrealistic target set, or what are the contributing factors to a lower revenue received compared to what was anticipated? Chair, my final question overall, and this is on the infographic, but also in part A, is what contributed to the under expenditure in 2022-23, particularly for programs 1 and 4? Thank you.
Remember.
Or did it? Oh, thank you, Chair. Chair, my first question is going to be on page 6 on paragraph 1. I'm getting worried, Chair, that you know, when we speak about this merger of the departments, it's starting to sound like the period of COVID-19 now, as if we're talking about the pandemic that no one knew about, you know. So I really want to understand these challenges that were presented by this measure, so that I see how did they negatively affect it, because we now lost, because these are two departments that had their plans and their targets. So did we lose any staff members as a result of this? So what is it really that led to these challenges that we are talking about? On the same page, on paragraph 1, I think the fourth sentence where it talks about fleece. I don't know whether I read it in this report or where, Chair, but I saw something that talked about subsidies that were incorrectly calculated and paid to beneficiaries. So if we can be told how did this occur, and how many beneficiaries were affected, and what was the remedial action. The other question that I have, Chair, on page 10, there is a table there on top where it, at the bottom of the table, it gives us the underspending of the 223 million. So what I want to understand, because if I read the next page, I see a rollover of 216, which I think comes also from that amount. So I just want to get a sense, especially as to program 3, as to which of these project resulted into that underspending. And the last one, Chair, yeah, on part A, is on the service sites. I think Member Maran was asking around that, but if I think on a later pages, Chair, which will go to your part B, there was a page where this is nicely explained, you know. And when I saw your performance of 2020, 2021, it was at 5,000 and something. And then the performance of 21, 22 was at 3,900. Then the planned annual target was then actually lesser to 2.7, and you then achieved 1.2. I get the reasons of poor performance procurement delays, community unrest, and all of those. If we can get more detail, Chair, because you know the pattern here for a period of 3 financial years is going down in terms of the performance first and what is eventually targeted at this financial year under review. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to the department. Minister.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. And I will be delegating almost all your questions. Sorry. Honorable Chairperson and members, what I will be doing, because the nature of your questions, I think, is purely based in a administrative response, because Labika and the team do have regular meetings with municipalities that are underperforming or where we do see blockages. I think a lot of the technocratic detail that you want in responses will come from the department, but there are just 1 or 2 things which I think I can respond to as the executive authority. In terms of Cynthia Bliss, which I think is actually an indictment to the entire process from the municipality to my department, and I've acknowledged that, honourable member, when you brought it to my attention. Similarly, because the crux of the matter was that nobody, when the project was approved in 2019-20, when they did the pre-screening of those that might qualify, actually went out to these possible qualifying beneficiaries, and on her document, it never said her son had a disability, which is the crux of the problem, which is a fault on the municipality side and on our side, which, because I believe in proper accountability, I acknowledge that system flaws. It's a system flaw that failed Ms. Bliss, unfortunately. Obviously, linked to that, we do have the sites that have been serviced, but we could not progress to building top structures because she is earmarked for that next phase. But what I am proud to announce, Madam Chair, because with us obviously seeing the issues with Eskom, I have asked and tasked the Labika and the team, how do we find innovative ways? Because that's a lot of money that's been invested. We have people like Mrs. Bliss waiting. I mean, she lived in a derelict building and she's been moving around, so I keep tabs on what's busy happening. So what you will be seeing in the adjustment budget, Madam Chair, I recently signed off on our business plan, and part of that business plan will contain an adjustment where we will see top structures being built at that specific serious project site. And what we will also be doing is, because we are well aware of Ms. Bliss and her son, but also others that might have a disability, which were also pre-approved in 2019-20, that I have requested Labika and the team to actually, once again, once we announce the adjustment budget, once the municipality have signed the contract of when we're going to start, that they do it properly this time. That they go out, call a meeting with the possible beneficiaries. Ms. Bliss will be one of those. We will verify the details again, ensure that if you have a child with a disability, it's reflected on that form, because if a beneficiary or their child is in this case, a disability, there's additional funding because the house is retrofitted for persons with disability. So, Member Mara, I do believe that by the end of this term, at least that chapter will have closed to her, and one will need to ultimately see how, together with local government, and Member Saleko did touch on that, a lot of the quality of information we get stems from local government. And if all your information is not quality information, like in Ms. Bliss's case, sadly, those do fall through the crack if information is not updated, and which is why since 2020 we've been doing as far as we could within our budget constraints, Madam Chair, district outreaches, targeting where our project sites are, encouraging and incentivizing possible beneficiaries to please come and update the information. But also why we launched the app in 2020, because without knowing it, we were heading to COVID-19. But you can't keep on blaming COVID-19 forever. But in 2021, Madam Chair, we've also seen at local government level elections. We have seen a massive brain drain at local government, where the institutional knowledge is gone in certain municipalities. They can't even give you the basic answers. So I do believe that will close, but also we will be doing solar geysers. I don't know if the member can recall, earlier this year I made announcements on specific projects where we will be doing in total 976, targeting our most needy beneficiaries. And I do believe Labika has told me that that specific project is also earmarked for that, because I can't wait for ISCOM anymore. I do need to find an alternative for our people to put them into a house so that we'll finally close that chapter. Member Chairperson, once again, in terms of, and once again, as the executive authority, this is my response. The department will go into a lot more detail now. I need to ensure that all municipalities' beneficial allocation policies are aligned to the national and provincial objectives. That is what I'm tasked with. That is why I engage mayors, I engage MACO members. The big and the team does the administrative component. As new policy shifts are announced, it takes a bit of time to filter from national to us to get it in black and white, because administratively, they need it in black and white for them then to go to council and change policies. And all of that has a massive implication for us, because we set targets based on where we are at that point in time. We work through our regional team to the municipality, and where there's a lack of capacity, as we have now picked up more and more, which is why Labika and the team is having more and more frequent discussions with municipalities, because we can't come in here and give targets. And in the end, the result is what we are sitting with here today. And this is not only a problem in our province, it's also in other provinces where the issue of consultation, it's the quality of the information you get. So we're doing consultation more and more and more, because that does impact on our output delivery as a sector as a whole, which does not look good, I must say. But there are also matters outside of our control, which no policy or municipal bylaw can ever dictate. I mean, in terms of service sites, during COVID-19, the true impact of over 1,500 invasions, the bulk in the city, is now being felt in our figures. Land that was earmarked for service sites, we can't move in on them. You have sites that were prepped, that were fully invaded. Once again, it's locked into our target. And you try to resolve it with the hope of finding a solution to move these individuals, which has been unsuccessful. And you have certain other municipalities where their procurement processes, once again, service sites. I need to be quite upfront that in certain municipalities, for them to do that mind shift to service sites, it took a heck of a task to get them to actually even up their numbers, because their biggest fear was the formation of new informal settlements, which then will spiral out of control. So all of that has an implication for our figures, and it all comes back to a competent local government, a competent municipal administration, and a competent municipal council. So it doesn't help when we have instabilities. And as the council changes and there's mayors every so whenever, they suddenly want to now implement new plans. They bring the administration to an abrupt stop. I mean, without mentioning municipalities' names now, there's one or two where Labika tries to engage the MM. By the time she wants to engage, there's a new MM. Then who do you engage then? By the time you want to engage the Director of Human Settlements, you had Director number 3, who isn't even competent to be the director, to be honest. So it's a very vicious cycle which local government is stuck in, but now it's filtering into our performance. But yet, I must come in account, but I will never not the account without giving you the full picture of what's happening, because partnership is key. Similar to beneficiary allocation, Honorable Member Saleko, I had thought as the minister, and I mean, I'm completing my term in 7 or 8 months. The bulk of my term was as the Minister of Human Settlements. Some of our councillors are second term or third term councillors. And you have people in the administration that, hulle is amper erfgoed, die erfgoed by elke verkiesing. Even they were implementing the policy wrong. And the problem is, it's very easy when the things go haywire, then they blame province. But yet, what they fail to tell those communities, which is why I've been to Lutzville, where I mean, I had to be guided out by the police because I came to tell them the truth, because the councillor wasn't telling the truth. Municipal administration was being stopped by certain political parties on the ground. That's why I go into these communities. It is my duty, it's my responsibility. Even my administration team are sometimes a bit bang to go in there with me, but I clap it, I go in there. Why? Because when I took my oath of office, it's to ensure that I empower our communities. And the biggest obstacle for human settlements has always been who gets the house. Do they qualify? Why didn't they qualify? That I've been here for 20 years or I've been for 15 years. And what I've picked up, Member Saleko, is many a times my department responds why we are saying no, Honorable Chairperson. We give you the reason why we say no. And guess who's the people toying and marching and like in Lutzville, the houses are being handed out with any ceremonial function because we're afraid the houses are going to be invaded. Because the people who want the houses can't get the houses, but they demand the houses. And the people who have the letter are too afraid to move into their own houses now. That is totally wrong. I mean, the policy is clear and we've been very consistent. And as a legislator, and you are also part of the provincial legislature, that is why I normally plea with my fellow colleagues. Please, let's empower our community. Let's empower our councillors. It's nice to be populistic and say the populistic thing, Honourable Chair. But the proof is in the pudding in, as a pop op die grond val, like we say in Afrikaans, I must go in. Sometimes even the mayors don't want to go in because they know they made empty promises. And beneficiary allocation is at the crux of a lot of these matters. Even those that get service sites, believe it or not, Honourable Chair. And sorry for being a bit long in my response, but many a times, you know, when I'm held accountable, I step up and I take my accountability. But I can't see that I'm being blamed when there's matters out of my control. It's time that we keep those councillors accountable. Member Mari, USDG grant, once again, it's only the city of Cape Town that gets USDG grant. Only metros get it. As the provincial minister, like my other 8 colleagues in other provinces, we have very limited oversight. We are now expanding, and at Minmec, we have asked for better oversight because we want proper alignment, because I think the city of Cape Town, many a times they have been blamed for underperformance of human settlements. But the USDG grant funds 15 departments in the city of Cape Town, not just human settlements. I can tell you confidently as I'm sitting here that their own USDG performance is at 99% in terms of the human settlements component. The devil is in the detail. And once again, I've even been engaging sub-councils and councillors. Why? Because many times they blame me and the chairperson for not having proper oversight. But yet the USDG is directly paid by National Treasury to metros. And you have limited oversight, and I, to some extent, have a bird's eye view. But now we are at a stage where we can actually give input in the human settlements part, where it's going easy to align to the province's objectives. I think with that missing gap now being narrowed over the last year and a half under the national minister with all 9 colleagues, including myself, we are seeing the gap closing, but more needs to be done. Okay.
Thank you, Minister. I want to echo the Minister's introductory remarks at the start of the session when he spoke about the extremely challenging environment that we have in human settlements, especially the external environment. So with those remarks, there were 3 areas that we focused on as a team in the 6 or 5 months that I was there. The one is unblocking projects. We on a few projects, we managed to unblock projects that were stuck for a number of years. We also focused on closing the gap with the municipalities, and then we had to focus on wrapping up the department and transitioning into the new Department of Infrastructure. In terms of meeting with municipalities, those are the meetings that's recorded in terms of the technical indicator and the evidence provided. We've done more than those meetings. The meetings with the city, that is a different process. It's an the IGR meetings that happen, and there's a joint agenda and alternate chairpersonship that takes place. But the meetings with the municipalities, if there's one thing that we have benefited from COVID is the use of technology. And so we've done now since November, and we're busy finishing the 3rd round. We've done 3 rounds of engagements online with the municipalities, with 24B municipalities, because that's where the implementation sits in the business plans. We then have with the minister engagements with the district municipalities, and I also have engagements with the district. So in total, we're meeting all the municipalities literally all the time. Just as an example, in the last 2 weeks, we met with 24 municipalities online to go through the adjusted business plan and progress on that, and then the version 2 of 24-25 business plan, which we are preparing. So one of the benefits of online, It doesn't mean that we're only doing online. We're still on site as we need to go, but we can move much faster than if we had to physically go meet these municipalities, and we're getting our responses are coming in much better. Just as an example, we internally, there's different structures inside of the department that's now sitting in the branch in the Department of Infrastructure that has committees and deals with the approval of the projects. So when we meet with the municipalities, the minutes of those meetings are now tabled in our GARC, which is our adjudication committee sessions, so that we make sure that whatever we are dealing with, we have the evidence in front of what the municipalities are saying, and there's no back and forth. On the issue of the target setting, I think I've mentioned this in the previous sitting, and I would like to reiterate. It is very unfortunate coming into this department that I see for the first time in government, and this is my 20th year in government, that the targets that were set, which were very high when they were set, for this 5-year cycle that we're in, was set before going into 2019, 2020. So for the department, when they went into each annual performance plan every year to date, there was no decrease based on the actuals of the previous year. And coming into the first year of 2019-20 COVID hit, the targets were not adjusted down for 2020, and they were not adjusted down for 2021. So that structural fault is sitting there, and the department is getting blamed for huge underachievements when in fact the gap wasn't closed. Now, departments are allowed to revise their targets down based on actual verified figures from the previous financial year, but that did not happen in this department. Second to that is the issue of title deeds. Those targets are extraordinarily high. If you look at the title deeds in meetings that I sat with National, the targets that were set in the previous 5-year cycle that were not met, National added it to the current 5-year cycle, the backlogs, and then instructed provinces what the numbers were that sits in the annual performance plans. Again, not experienced in 20 years as a program manager when National instructs on a number sitting in a provincial APP. So those two examples are structural examples of how the reality, as we were going over 3 years, was not being adapted to what is sitting in the APP numbers. Then on the title deeds, we have an unqualified audit. And I want to emphasize that the issue that came out of the 22-23 financial year is again on title deeds. And it is a similar issue that it has been experienced and raised by the AG as an issue of completeness. And it is experienced in every province in the Department of Human Settlements in this country. So it's not an issue that is unique to this department. On the issue of the indicators, again, I want to emphasize that there are challenges, and I will ask one or two of the team members to explain some of the challenges experienced. But as you know, construction multi-year projects, you go through different phases of planning and implementation. So in terms of the external environment, there will be challenges when implementing. The other part of that is just back on the indicators. The indicators, another challenge is that it's a hybrid model that we implement. So again, as accounting officer, we are and the team, we are not in full control of the indicators because some of the numbers that is sitting in there is the responsibility of the department where they're implementing, and some of the numbers that's sitting there is where the municipalities are implementing. That's why we are placing so much emphasis in closing that gap between ourselves and the municipalities. On the revenue, it was a reclassification. The standard chart of accounts was changed by National Treasury. So the income that we get from selling fliss houses was reclassified, and the rent collected also decreased. Then there may be, I think I covered some of the main comments that I wanted to make. If I can ask Brian to give a bit more detail on the allocation of beneficiaries and the recalculation of the fliss subsidies, which was an issue arising from 21-22 financial year, but is not an issue coming out of the 22-23 financial year. if I can ask Rob to speak to the USDG grants and the under expenditure from the previous, from 22-23, we have the rollover committed into 23-24, and we are still implementing that. The unspent funds that was rolled over, we are still currently dealing with implementation on those projects. But for example, I will tell you on some of those projects, there were huge constraints in terms of what happened in the external physical environment. Then I'm going to ask Carmela to briefly speak to title deeds. And I think that's it. I think that covers, Brian.
Thank you very much. Before Brian, you come in, I just want to understand, maybe you will give me a bit of a clarity listening to the DDG. You're talking about setting the targets that were not possible. Now, in my head, I know maybe things have changed. From inception phase of a project of the housing, it's not an issue of a year by year. It's a project they go throughout the years. And surely when you set the target for 2022, 2023, is based on all the metrics that are there, that whatever that needs to happen already is there. That is why you can say on the wish list, municipality A, B, C, D, I will be able to do 1, 2, 3, 4. So your statement of saying that there were targets that were set that are not possible, I'm trying to understand, maybe there's something that I'm missing in aligning your strategic plan of the 10 years, your APP, the metrics, where the implementation of the projects, the readiness is there and everything, because it wouldn't make sense to me if you say that you set the targets that are not doable while all that ticks the boxes. Maybe just to have an understanding of what do you mean with that statement, it will make clarity. And I'm not talking about where you set the targets, extortion, the community dynamics, and I'm talking about what you thought you can deliver versus statement that you are saying that no, you set the targets that you cannot achieve because you didn't know the mafia will be active.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. So for me, the big issue around the targets was when Human Settlements did the 5-year plan for the 5 years starting in 2019, 2020. They then set the targets for each year of the 5 years. So it was a forward-looking projection. Now, in every department, we are allowed going into each of the annual years to look back at the actuals that happened in the previous year, then compare it on real performance and say, what is our current environment and how are we going to deal with the next year's APP? In this department, they did not look at reducing the initial targets. They kept the 5-year strategic plan targets. So it was never adjusted down, which is unfortunate because when they came out of the 2019-2020 financial year and COVID hit on the reality of what could practically happen in 2020 with the stop of work, they did not reduce. They still kept to those high targets. So in terms of, I hear your question in terms of the metrics and planning. So it also means if you look at how we work with the municipalities, if there are blockages that arise because there are delays in bulks that's not in place, or whatever reason in terms of the project cycle, there are delays. So if those delays happened in 2020 and that project was now stuck, the target going into 21-22 was not revised down to say, okay, there's a huge problem here with bulks. It's going to take us 24 months to sort out. Actually, this project needs to only be on the business plan and the APP by 25-26. So the numbers, they kept to the 5-year numbers that they originally set at the beginning. So I don't want to complicate what I'm saying, but it is unfortunate that happened because now you've always held to the numbers that were set 6 years ago.
Can continue. We'll come back to that because I think somewhere we are not hearing each other, because if you, Minister Sima say is going to deliver 10,000, he did the assessment and he knows that that 10,000 I'm going to deliver for this financial year based on what happened in the past. That's the normal principle. I think that it's like that. And then now moving forward, that's when you come to annual report and say, because of community dynamics and extortion, I couldn't reach the 5,000 there because of that and that. But immediately when you touch on your setting targets and you say setting targets was a problem, that's where I don't get you, that what do you mean when you say that?
Listen, if I can, because once again, as the executive authority, I engage the mayors and the MICO members to understand on the other side of the table, because many a times administrators engage one another and targets are set and council just takes note or approves that. And what I've picked up with my engagement at local government level is sometimes, and this is the perception that I get when I engage our teams, irrespective of who governs a municipality, many a times targets are submitted through to the department without it being properly verified and checked. Where are they in the supply chain process? Is the piece of land earmarked for that specific development? Is the EIA in place? They just want to please and do a number crunching. Now, all of that inaccurate data sets is then given through to my department. And my department, because they have a very long-standing relationship with some of these municipalities, they do believe that these figures are correct. So as much as I understand what Labika is trying to explain, I think that's the bigger context must be seen within which she is trying to explain that, Madam Chair. And once again, it's not just this province that has this problem. Other provinces also. It's very seldom I compare ourselves to other provinces, but you will pick that up there as well. And it all comes back to the competency in the planning stage at local government level, which is why interventions are being put in place to see how we can actually rectify and get the real objectives of what can be reached, to ensure that we can, as a branch now, actually reach our targets, and we can tell the standing committee, look, this is realistic. We've engaged the municipalities. They are also happy with this. But not just the administration part of the municipality, also the council part.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think you can go on. Another thing that we'll share is the dignity report. I've asked Shanice to send you the dignity report, because it's where municipalities were also saying the challenges, and one of their challenges is the department. So you will have a look at that and see what is happening in those municipalities. Brian?
Thanks, Madam Chair and members. Yeah, regarding the selection of beneficiaries or potential beneficiaries to participate in the housing projects, the department has put in guidelines in place to ensure a fairer and transparent process. We also enhanced the Western Cape Housing Demand Database. We put the guidelines in place, and based on that, all municipalities have a allocation committee in place from where persons are selected from the database, which we would also verify in terms of once the subsidy applications come in, that the persons are indeed on that database. Furthermore, like I said, we have the allocations committee. I am actually a member of the allocations committee of the City of Cape Town, and where we oversee that they are actually implementing guidelines as the approved guidelines. I think furthermore, Minister alluded to the fact that we also have the app in place, which assisted that persons who resided in areas but were not on the waiting list, the council could make a decision to put those persons on a retrospective date. Furthermore, from a provincial point of view, we also, to ensure that the persons are fairly selected, that we also look at persons above the age of 30, so not excluding those that are younger than 30 years, but the top structures or the construction of houses would be the persons at 30 years and older will be actually prioritized. This is very much also in line with the national policy, which prescribes that the aged, disabled and military veterans should be prioritized in the selection of potential beneficiaries. Regarding the calculation of the income of FLIS, since the inception of FLIS in 2012, we as the provincial department have excluded things like commission. And if I can maybe explain the practicality thereof, if you should be applying for a subsidy and I have to calculate commission, I can't take your latest commission. So I'll have to ask you for 12 months worth of pay slips. And there was a conscious decision taken by the department that we would exclude commission. So at the end, the findings was that not that the persons did not qualify per se, but that the subsidy that was calculated, because we excluded certain items like commission, they should have got a lesser subsidy. Notwithstanding that, we have referred that to the national department, and they have by return mail or return informed us that everything is actually okay and we should proceed in the way we have been doing it. Since the FLIS, now known as the First Home Finance Program, has also been enhanced, and they've basically adopted exactly what the Western Cape has always been doing. One of it also including the fact that the Western Cape was the first persons or province to actually look us at the retrospective application firstly, and then secondly also allowed for persons to utilize the subsidy to pay for transfer and bond costs, which was one of the biggest stumbling blocks for for young couples, because most would actually have to go on to have a second loan, a personal loan, just to cover that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I've got quite a lot to get through, so sorry, just bear with me. First of all, the question around the allocation the Minister has addressed in Witzenberg. We did deliver a lot of sites there a number of years ago, but because of an absolute limit on the capacity of Eskom in the area, we could only build 249 sites at that time. We have now managed to get some upgrades in place, and we are building 100 houses, and that is being finalized as we speak. So there will be further 100 houses built on that project, and we will make sure that Cynthia, sorry, we shouldn't mention names, her case is raised with the municipality. Then just on the Eskom generally, a question was asked, are we dependent on other areas? So yes, we've mentioned the local authorities. We're very dependent on local authorities. In some cases, we've worked with or done projects on behalf of some of the municipalities where they've struggled. We've particularly done that with the City of Cape Town in some areas. But beyond that, there's also stakeholders like Eskom and issues around bulk services. A lot of our projects, we struggle, particularly in Eskom areas, to get the final units connected to electricity. And we all know the constraints that Eskom has, and it's definitely impacting on us. And it's very difficult to hand over a house without an electrical connection. So we have a constant engagement with Eskom to try and prioritize our houses that needed to be handed over. But obviously, everyone's fighting over funding to connect houses from Eskom, and the upgrade of generation capacity in municipalities also hasn't been done over the years. So certain municipalities are at capacity with the Eskom supply. But just also in terms of bulk services, some municipalities are proactive and get bulk services in place well in time. So they'll get all their sewer lines, main sewer treatment plants ready for new projects. Others don't have them ready in time, or just don't have the funding, or haven't managed processes properly to get those kinds of things in place in time, and that also impacts on our projects. Just on the USDG grant, I just want to deal with that first. The City of Cape Town receives this USDG grant. We have a very good relationship with them in terms of that. They have quite limited funding, which obviously they prioritize a lot of the areas that they need to work in as well. But they have given us substantial funding and contributed funding towards projects like Forest Village that we're busy with, Kosovo that we did in conjunction with them, and notably also Conradi. So they've given us a lot of, or committed a lot of their USDG funding to the department. But obviously there's a limit to that. So we also have to supplement in some cases of the bulk services. Just in terms of the underspending and the performance, and I'm going to link this because it is very much interrelated. So in terms of projects where we've had interruptions on site. So the minister has obviously spoken about Airport Precinct, and that's extreme, where we've had cases of, shootings on site. That contract, the contractor said, can I terminate at this point, and has willingly terminated the contract and walked away because it's too difficult for them to work in that area. And now we have to find a way to move forward on that. But obviously, because we didn't then spend on that project and sat still, that impacted our spending on our ISAP grant substantially, particularly on the airport precinct. But beyond that, also on our Velmut project, we have some occupants on site that are refusing to move, and that slowed down some of our bulk services work that we were doing there, and also the installation of services. So we are negotiating with those occupiers, and have been for some time, but it's a very difficult process, and we all know that if we may have to go the eviction route. It's not a quick process to do that. So that's blocking some of our projects. In a project and I'm going to give examples. In Kayamandi, 178 sites were supposed to be serviced last year in an area that had to be cleared. There was agreement with the community to move, but then a certain number of families refused to move. So only recently has the municipality been able to move the last occupants to allow the 178 sites to be serviced. Obviously, there have been a lot of engagements with the community, but it doesn't always mean that everyone moves when you need them to relocate. So that's definitely held up the Kayamandi project, which is now fortunately underway. Then just also around intimidation items, I'm using a broad term for it. Intimidation, definitely in Kosovo. Our Kosovo project last year, we were supposed to finish 434 houses. We managed to get to a point of doing 323, and in the first quarter of this year, we finished the remaining 111. But there were also substantial intimidation on that project. Also on our Gugulethu Mama project, we'd aimed originally for 200. Eventually, we only got to about 67 that we could complete. Again, some of the contractors, there's a number of contractors on site. Some of them are literally asking us, can they exit their contracts, because it's very difficult to work there. These are projects that we've taken on to assist the city of Cape Town, and the city will be taking these projects on going forward. Then on Valhalla, we also had incidents of intimidation. We can at least report that this year we've finished 204 of the units on that project. And in both of the projects I've just mentioned, we're handing those back to the city, which now has a full framework to implement these projects. Then just on our Vlakkeland project, we targeted 104, 193, nearly 200. We got to 104. The big delay there was a previous contractor that wasn't performing. We had to formally terminate with them, and that took some time before we could get on site again. But we did manage to at least get 104 of the houses done, and we're progressing well this year on Vlakkeland. And then just on the individual and FLISP subsidies. The individual subsidies, just to explain exactly what they are, it's where individuals approach us. It could be on an existing house. It could be a house that's being built that qualify for a subsidy. We approve the subsidy, and then only when the transfer goes through do we pay. So we very much linked to the real world situation of when it's ready to be transferred, then we make the funding available to the transferring attorney. So we targeted 250, came out at 272, a slight overperformance. And that's good news. We could hold back the money and only do 250, but we don't want to stop transfers of properties. So pretty much individual subsidies, it's as and when transfers are ready for for registration in the deeds office, and we try to approve in the region of 250 a year. On the FLISP, we have quite a large backlog of FLISP, quite a large demand on FLISP. The corrections or the corrective measures we put in place last year, and I think that came through on the question regarding did we apply the right procedures. There was a lot of extra checking that we were doing, so we were very careful with the processing of FLISP last year. So we managed the 1456 out of 2,000 targeted. We are working away the backlog of those in the new financial year. But again, we have to be very careful with those transfers and make sure that all the checks are in place when we do those. Then I think I've covered most of the issues, but maybe just on on areas like Mossel Bay, we had a big NASP project there. It covers a lot of informal settlements that we're trying to upgrade. The biggest site that we started on last year, 3 months into the contract, there was massive disruption. I'm sure most of us have seen it on the news. There was serious damage to the units we constructed, damage to the contractor's plant, and intimidation. We couldn't move on that site. There were a lot of negotiations around it. We tried then to work on alternative sites that had been identified as part of that project. But by the time we'd resolved all of that, some of the costs luckily were borne by the contractor's insurance for all the damage. But obviously with the stoppages on site, it was impossible then to spend all our funding on the project. And now we've had to relook at other areas until that area is calm enough to return. We won't go into the reasons for the disruptions there. It was a very complex issue, but definitely when that happens and a site comes to a standstill, it has an impact on how we can perform. Then on Villiersdorp, we've got a very big project running now, a Destiny Farm project. Very difficult site conditions, very complicated arrangement where we have to relocate beneficiaries. And we did have some delays on that Villiersdorp project, but now everything is in place for us to move forward on that project. Most of these projects contribute to our underspend and are linked to what we asked for funds to be rolled over on. So each of these projects, a lot of them, as I've mentioned, are now resolved. We've moved forward and taken up the rollover funding, in fact, almost all of it. So that's linked to exactly the same thing. The rollover was linked to our projects that got blocked and slowed down last year. I think I've covered most items. If there's anything further, then we can welcome the follow-up questions.
Thank you. If I can just speak to the title deed question quickly, the question related to pre-1994 and post-1994 title deeds. The pre-1994 and post-1994 banner or the definition of the indicator speaks to when the year that the house was constructed or that committed to being constructed. So it doesn't just speak to District 6, it would speak to, and I checked quickly, there's at least 16 or 17 municipalities who have registered pre-1994, post-1994 units that they still need to transfer. Now, those units, of course, come with massive challenges. People have passed away, they've died intestate. There's fights amongst the children on who's going to be there. They never took occupancy, and the auntie that's been living there for 40 years now is being told it's not your house because we can't find anybody else. So they are the more difficult ones to transfer, but all of them, at least 16 or 17 of the municipalities have committed to targets for those two categories for this year and for next year already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that covers the first page of the questions. Members? Mara?
Thanks, Chair. The MEC, a couple of months back, when asked about the waiting list, housing waiting list mentioned an amount of 600,000. And listening to what the gentleman have said in terms of the target set for non-credit link, which is 250, out of a waiting list of 600,000. It's relatively low. Because if your target is 250 and you manage to do 272, then it means there might be more. Is it a case where municipalities is supposed to send forward that information and the problem may be at that particular level? Or is it a case where individuals apply directly to the province? Because I would like to understand the 250 and the overachievement of 272 out of a waiting list of 600,000. That's the one. The second one is, and Chair, you have directed me to a certain page in the document under F. But some of the information is captured in. That's why I've asked about the numbers. Sorry. In the underachievement and who are those municipalities and what reasons? Because this committee have done a number of oversight visits. And some of the reasons captured in this document is not necessarily what we have heard from municipalities as a reason. Therefore, my question is, who are those? And what are the reasons? When it comes to extortion, MEC, all question asked in the House by the Honorable Christians. You said there's 8 cases under investigation. And I'm not sure whether those 8 cases contributes to the amount of underspending that we currently experience in the department. Because it's 8 cases. 8 cases in the whole of the province. Whether that's why I'm asking, is there other reasons, and give us the municipality so that we can see whether we can assist to unlock those challenges. Can we go to F? Okay, not yet. So let me pause there, Chair. Just on the last one, this one, Bless, Cynthia Bless. So ESCOM, and I understand there will be mixed use of energy, specifically in Witzenberg. That's why it's able now to build another 100 houses. We haven't started building it yet. Yeah, we haven't started building it yet. I'm asking because
you ask question, you're going
because
to get
no, because when I've listened and it seems when the gentlemen have spoken, almost if they have started with 100 houses. I just want that clarity because Witzenberg is my constituency. And there's no house that they have started building. But my understanding is, MEC, before the end of this financial year, you will be able to build another 100 houses for Witzenberg. And I also understand that if it needs an adjustment, that will be done. And that 100 houses that will be built will include Cynthia Bless. That's my understanding from what I've heard from both the MEC and the gentleman that have sit there. Yeah.
Okay, you'll read it. Even if it can be your constituency, honorable member, it's still the question, you'll get the answers after.
No, that's fine, Chair, because what I'm saying that when I've listened, it's almost if the person who was saying that they have started with 100 houses,
Honorable member,
which is not a case.
they heard you. Switch off your mic and member Seleku, I'm with you, sir.
I don't want to interfere between the two of you, Chair. Oh, Chair, let me go back to page 26. In terms of identifying opportunities for designated housing contractors. Designated housing contractors. Previously disadvantaged people that want to come into the sector. You know, one of the issues that has been raised here is like you identify and then guys, they fall through the cracks, fall up the front. You know, it's issues that you have already identified. There's no mentorship, there's no business skills, you know, and what is the department doing to make sure that if you identify Isaac Seleku as a potential contractor on a project in Verliesdorp, that I am able to be taken through all these processes so that I can become fully fledged and I'm able to get the mentorship that is required so that I don't fall through the cracks, because it can lead to, you know, to waste of energy when someone you take through a process and then this person does not go through the thing. And that is the first one. And also, there is something that we are talking about, Minister, here, which is targets not met. And I raised the question about the role of local sphere. And why do I say that is because let's deal with the issue of the targets not being met when it comes to title deeds. And I want you to share with us some of the challenges that you as a department are confronted with when it comes to the delivery of title deeds. And I'm talking from experience because there were instances where a grant would be given to municipality A, and municipality A would ask for a rollover. Why? One of the reasons I want you to expand is that in some of the projects that has been implemented in a municipality, you'll find that there was no town establishment. And there's a lot of such projects. And I would like to know from the department, how are we going to deal with these legacy issues? Because if we don't deal with these issues, we will never meet that target. Unfortunately, we are not going to meet those targets. And on page 52, Chair, and I beg for your indulgence, in terms of the delivery of the housing program 22-23, I only see there's about 16 municipalities that has been mentioned here in the last financial year that has delivered in terms of housing. What is the reasons that we were not able to get all our municipalities, you know, on this list, because there's 30. And there's a reason that I'm asking that, because I want us to go out of here dealing with the narrative. When there is no delivery, then the blame is put on the department. And us as members of the committee need to also see and look at how we can actually assist the department to make sure that they actually deliver, because next year we are going to be sitting here, same page, same number of municipalities, and then we are going to ask the same questions that we are asking now. Give us the info in terms of why is there only 16? Where's the 14? What is happening there? Why did you not participate in terms of delivering of houses in the last financial year? Secondly, I see the bottom line at the bottom there, they talk about FLESP. Can you please just indulge me, you know, colleagues, and in terms of on FLESP, how many municipalities within our province has a dedicated official that deals with individual subsidies when the financial year starts, because there's an opening and there is an ending, so that people can also get an opportunity should they want to get into that. How many municipalities actually dedicated in making sure that those beneficiaries that should be benefiting are actually benefiting when an opportunity has arrived, so that we can also move and make sure that people are getting the opportunities. And also on page 53, one welcomes the strategies that we are dealing with, that we are implementing to make sure that you deal with areas of underperformance. You've got 4 bullet points, which is nice and beautiful. But my question to you as a department, what has been the response from the local sphere in making sure that whatever you want to achieve in terms of dealing with underperformance, that they also come to the party? Has they been welcoming your 4 bullet points, or have they been pushing you, or have they been trying to say whenever they don't deliver, they say it's you, it's Minister Summers? Because I always get that Mr. Summers is the one that doesn't give us money. So today I want to get out of here and, and so that people say that are blaming that for non-performance, it's not the department, and there is more other factors, Chair, that are contributing to the non-delivery. In page 61, the transfer payments to all organizations. Maybe when I'm done, then we'll be finished. Page 61 to 63. I see there's been transfer of payments to different organizations and these different municipalities. Would the department say the fact that the department and the municipality have different financial years is a contributor for some of the municipalities not being able to spend their grants that have been given to them by the department? It's from 61, was it? And yeah, to 63. Then let's go to, Chair, can I continue or must I stop? Thank
No,
you.
Member De Villiers, I'm with you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I would only one simple question for clarity. It's obvious that it's going to be tough for us to ever solve our housing problem. While we have guidelines giving the age and disability and all those kind of stuff, I would love to know, there's people, it's so amazing. Yesterday I had a meeting with a guy who was for 20 years on a waiting list in Drakenstein. And they lost all his papers and everything, and it's an old man now. So subsidies and all those kind of stuff will come now into play. And him and his wife is disabled and they are struggling. And what I want to know from the department is that with your guidelines and with all this kind of thing, how do you, or what measures do you put in place to monitor that the municipalities is delivering on what you guys has in place? On our visits to site visits that we were, there's one thing that's very important, and that is, I don't care what sphere you are on in politics. It always stops with everybody. But the guy who's at home, he's the one who's got the face. Now, how does he or they try to make it easier for us to deliver? What I learned in rugby is, if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. Is there something in place that we can measure the fact that they are delivering on what we are trying to do here? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Member Kama?
Thank you very much, Chair. No, I just have 2 questions in part B. The first question, Chair, will be on page 38. Actually, it will also form part of the request for information. I did get the explanation that was given earlier around the underperformance in terms of the units that were delivered. But if we can get a detailed account as to so many units were affected by this and so many units were affected by this and in this area. The other question that I have, Chair, on page, I think this is page 44, around this issue of FLISP. And I think in the last, the only oversight visit that I went to, this issue did come up, you know, around beneficiaries that do not qualify. And in this case now it says because there was an increase of interest. So what I want to understand, Chair, is how are we planning, you know, in the department to mitigate this, because really it is that this issue of interest rates it fluctuates, you know. So how are we mitigating around that? Because in the other projects we're told that we then, I think it was the municipality that they need to spend on security and all of that. So how do we mitigate that? And lastly, Chair, on page 47, around the informal settlements, and it also links to community unrest or the difficulties that we're having, issues, you know, with engaging communities. I'm quite concerned as to what is really the challenge. Is it on the side of the department not being able to communicate itself clearly to the people, or is it criminal elements, or is it member Pat Maran that goes in and influence the community? I'm making an example about him because I know I'm safe. But what is the real issue? Because it's costing the delivery of services. Because there were a target of informal settlements upgrades to phase 3 of 6, and we only achieved 1, and there is an issue of lack of cooperation by informal settlements. How do we improve on this and in terms of how we engage with our communities? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think from my side, the question that I do have, it will be for the backlog of the title deeds, the areas like your Dierwaterskloof, where there was a backlog of the title deeds because the transfer of the land parcel from Public Works to the municipality. Is that one of the contributors to that? And if that's the case, because the Roy Dake one is very old, by when is that going to happen? And the number of those title deeds, maybe if we can find out how many are there, those, and then which other part in the province is still you are facing the same problem of delay in transferring the land parcel from a department, a national department, to the province for that to happen. And maybe if I can try to find out, because we've been talking about the issue of the municipalities wish list or their business plan, just talking to the BNG or the free housing in other areas, that it doesn't talk to the needs per se of the communities there, that you'll find that you get a person that has been on the list for more than 20 years, but it's not earning 3,500 anymore. And that person gets to, in their mind, they say, I'm on the waiting list, and need to find that don't qualify for the free housing, and then they becomes the illegal occupation because they feel I'm entitled. I've been waiting for about 20 years. Now, I want to find out from the department, because we've been talking about this, the diagnostic assessment tool that you, or template that maybe you have or you will develop for the municipalities to have that understanding, the importance of relooking at their demand database, beneficiary database on a yearly basis, to also talk to the needs of the housing within the municipalities. Because when we're engaging, it's one of the issue that we are picking up again and again, that even the councillors, they feel if a person is on the housing list, it's a free housing. It's not for the ever-evolving name of the gap. It was affordable gap, please. Now it's what? Yeah, ever-evolving names. I'm telling you, it's been changing. It's a fourth name now, but still it's a challenge. But the other one that I am asking the department if they will ever give attention to, and if not, what is the reason? They help me by, for those who are blacklisted, because we do have, I mean, the COVID contributed to the challenge of the people that are on the waiting list, but they don't qualify because they're blacklisted. And the reality is, some, even if they can afford to stay in your rental stock, in your social housing, that to them is a temporary. They believe that they have to get the housing at the end, but they cannot help themselves. To a certain extent, the department have to, because they are on the demand database, the beneficiary database, the department have to help them to an extent, engaging with the municipalities to give them that option. And how do you monitor? Because I mean, we've been talking about you engage with them virtually, physically, but that is not happening. And it cannot be also from the department minister, with due respect, cannot be you tell me, I engage. Surely your engagement is not working. So what is it that we can do to make sure that we enforce that? Because underperformance is yours at the end. So a certain percentage of accountability to make sure that they can hear what you are saying. How are we going to go about? Because Isaac Silek, when he goes there, they say, no, the list is the province that tell us who's going to get the house. They're still saying that. I mean, we were in, member Kama was confused of what do they mean when we're in George. They say that, no, you do have the list of who's going to get the house. And that's the reality, and we know it's not that. And we know you are engaging, but that's the reality. How do we deal with that? And the last one, it will be example of Breda Valley. Breda Valley has got the oldest on their demand database, oldest beneficiaries on their demand database. I don't know how did it happen, what's happening there. We were there, that they were, there is one say the report to me we will send, because we asked for the demand database to check, but we were asking about the age groups. Is the municipality that has even your 80 something, I think there was a 191 or 92 year old. So if maybe the department also from the municipalities can engage in checking if your priority talks to the disabled, so that we don't have the scenarios like that. Also the old, you need to get the list of the older beneficiaries, so that when you build those, they become sort of the minister's project to monitor that those becomes their beneficiaries within the municipalities. Because surely total dependency when coming to the prioritized, it becomes questionable as we go and do an oversight. And you get an older person literally crying, said that there's the project, but I didn't benefit on that. I think that will be all from my side. Thank you, Minister.
Once again, Madam Chair and Committee, the crux and the nuts and bolts of your answers will come from the administration. Because I do engage municipalities quite frequently above and beyond what the department does. I do have from a governance perspective, and you've touched on some of the very pertinent questions which a lot of councillors have. first and foremost, there's a massive misunderstanding of human settlements itself. Very few councillors, if any, know we have more than one program. It's not just BNG. So when you talk about service sites, when you talk about enhanced service sites, when you talk about first home finance, and in the Western Cape, we've also added deferred ownership. And then councillors' minds open up, because remember, your councillor and this ward committee is the link between us and the community. What we see in the business plan, we expect as provincial government and provincial department, myself, to be a true reflection of the true need. And many people, and Chairperson, you've touched on that, people that are on the waiting list for 28 years, 26 years. But when they come to a meeting, they drive a BMW. When do I get my free house? I mean, the BMW is worth more than the BNG house, let's be honest. Because in their minds, and I mean, I've had to actually attune my own vocabulary I use in public meetings, people actually understand. When you apply, you express your need for a housing opportunity, not a house. That's the first thing I teach councillors. Get your language right. It's an expression of a need. It's not an expression for a house. And some communities don't hear that. Then you unpack the 0 to 3,500. I mean, we've gone so far as a department, because I said, even as a councillor, I used to love pictures. Pictures I could remember. Thick books like this, the community will never remember. So what I try to do, when we do our district outreaches twice a year, what I tell them is actually packaged in infographic format for councillors, and I encourage them to sit with the ward committees and so forth. Why? Because if they understand then the rationale of the interaction that you as members of the legislature, like I have, so I'm also a constituency like member Maran, because I also have a very rural constituency. Many of them work on farms, so they do earn above the 3,500, but they do need a form of housing assistance. So then I can package it in infographic style, and that's why I keep on encouraging the members to download the app, because if we go onto the app, it does unpack each program and what we can do and what we can't do and so forth. Why? So that when the business plan is drawn up, Honorable Chairperson, Brian Denton and his team sends me whenever, it's actually every quarter, or they try to do it in the quarter for me. I get the data sets per each cohort, per income bracket. So I have a real idea of what's happening. And they get it from engaging with the municipalities, which means the data I'm in possession of, actually a mayor has access to. If you have opened up Myco member, you will actually have access to your data. Prior to 2019, my department spent millions of rands to assist municipalities to clean their municipal housing demand databases. And literally all the non-metro municipalities, you can say with accuracy, to a very large extent, the data is actually very, very accurate. Because when I engage a standing committee and I talk about the shift to deferred ownership and the focus on affordable housing, I don't just make these announcements because I want to be different. The data tells me that for the last 20 years, even in our own province, the focus has been on the wrong component in the backlog. Because the same people that are renting our BNG units are still on the waiting list because they can't afford the BNG unit. Let's start there. And it's a vicious cycle, and this links into Honorable Chair and some of the members have touched on the complexities of the title deed backlog even. Why are we struggling in certain municipalities to wipe out our backlog? Because by the time we come to actually do the last bit of our responsibility, which is the physical title deed transfer, that house has been sold 6 times. And I'll make one practical example. Highbury, it's a project that just finished at the start of my term, which means the houses are less than 4 years old that sit here. And I went to visit there with the ward council because the illegal sale of BNG units without people having title deed is causing massive community conflict. Because the perception is we are giving houses to young people, and actually these people are buying the houses illegally or they're renting it. And the reason why I mention Highbury, it's that within a year, you can go on Facebook now, people are even marketing the houses on Facebook. So by the time that we come with a title deed, the house has been sold 5 times. When I went to knock personally on 6 houses, doors sold, I'll have to tell the standing committee what I've done, not what I heard or see on Facebook or WhatsApp. I went to the councillor, 6 houses, Honourable Chair. By the 3rd house, that house is, the third house had been sold twice to different people by the same beneficiary without the title deed. And if you go to the housing code, and that's why I told the councillors, you need to understand, when we conclude, you have a responsibility as local government. It's within your communities. When this happens, you must sensitize your beneficiaries that they are not allowed, because there's an 8-year window from which they can't. And if they want to, there's specific criteria, and only I am allowed to sign off on it. And I've only done one transaction like that in my entire almost 5 years, a legal sale where the person needed to move. But there are hundreds of this happening, and this speaks to the title deed backlog, Madam Chair. Why is it that certain components, we have this massive backlog, which I believe we will never be able to address? So what I've been engaging the HOD on and our legal services, we have a rental housing tribunal. Why can't I set up, it's within the housing code, set up a tribunal that will start dealing with the difficult and complex title deed matters? Municipalities have the same issue. How do we deal with the house now having been sold 4 or 5 times? You can't trace the original beneficiary, yet we want to issue a title deed. But we can't, because according to us, the real person is still supposed to live there. Because part of this provincial government stance is ownership. But when there's illegal transactions happening that forego what we want to accomplish, how do we rectify it retrospectively? And how do we address the illegality? And it's a very complex situation, because what I have seen, and once again, Highbury project is a very good example, and Forest Village, I believe it's also happening now. You have people that are in the sector that deal with sales of houses that are actually helping these illegal contracts. And I've actually issued a statement saying, we have nothing to do with your third-party transactions. My business is the business of the beneficiary. You see, legally, it's a criminal act. But no province has stood up to stand up for it. And what I've actually asked for, the state attorney has given us a broad guideline what we need to do. Because I said, I do not want to evict people. That is not my intention. I want to take ownership of a house which still belongs to the state and give it to the next person on the waiting list. Because if you really had a need for a house, why are you selling the house for 200,000 rand, 300,000 rand cash? And then you want to come and cry, you move back into an informal area, then you say the state is not delivering on its mandate, yet you are selling the house illegally. Similar to property, and I mean, you used the example, Chair, of Roy Dakker. And Member Saleko used to be a MICO member from that council. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. The land belongs to the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. They gave power of attorney so we could build houses, but they've never transferred the title to the municipality, which means all those people that have been living there for 5, 6 years will never get title deed as I'm sitting here, because the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is still the legal owner of the land. And when I wrote to Minister De Lille, who was the minister, do you think I'm still waiting for my response? Yes, she issued a statement saying that they've given land, and we welcome that. But it's one thing to give the land, give the title. Then we can actually do the subdivision and the town planning, and we can do, and Roy Dakker is a good example. Why can't Eskom go in there and sort out some of the electrical issues in Theewaterskloof, in Grabouw area? Because the landowner is not the municipality. The illegal connections is done on the asset of the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Eskom has been quite upfront. I mean, Theewaterskloof has asked us, how can we assist them, because these people have illegal connections. They want to help the people, but Eskom won't move an inch. And the municipality can't write off the debt because the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is not paying the account at Eskom. It's in arrears. So as you can see, all of this starts with ownership. And how do we break the cycle of poverty amongst our people if a national department who already gave the power of attorney are not willing to give the title, and we can assist? The Department of Local Government is also willing to assist. Madam Chair, I'm expanding a bit on the title deed and the title deed backlog, because built into that backlog that we have is your Roy Dakker, is areas in the Cederberg area, is areas in the Witzenberg area where the ownership of the land, as much as my department got power of attorney, We never got the title, so we can do the subdivision in the proper town planning. And you'll also see this in the former Tranca areas. I mean, at one good example where ownership was made possible is in Slangenrivier in Hesakwa. But how long did it take my department so we can actually get to that stage? To get the national department to come on board and do their part, and we played our part, and Brian and his team did their part. And once they really played their part and they stepped up, we gave over 258 title deeds in Slangenrivier over the last year and a half alone. So it's possible once we sort out the nitty-gritties, then I do believe we will be able to sort out the not so complex component of title deed backlog. And this is a national issue. It's not just in this province. And it's how do we address it? And I've actually advised from my part to the National Minister of Human Settlements. This is the Western Cape's thought line. It's to set up this tribunal so we can once and for all deal with it. It's within the housing code. It's how we structure it, what legal competencies we can put into it. We can go to the High Court and how we can actually address this. But we also need to address the other component. Those attorneys and conveyances that are assisting the illegal sales, drawing up illegal papers, being well aware there's a preemptive clause of 8 years. But they are the ones causing a further delay in the backlog. To Member Martin, Honourable Chair, and I'm done and I'll hand over. Indeed, in terms of Witzenberg, the Vredebes project, as Rob have indicated, in our adjustment, we will be doing the adjustment, Madam Chair. Remember, the more and more farmers and farm owners are moving to solar energy, so the reliance on Eskom is getting less, which means the current existing Eskom line now can carry a bit more new additional houses. As I alluded to, we're going to build 100 houses. That is made possible because that's the only maximum capacity of electricity connection that can happen. When that happens, Witzenberg must follow their process. But from our side, once the adjustment is announced, once the contracts are signed between us and the municipality, which I believe it is in the process of being done, built into that, because my fear is we do not know what might happen with load shedding and blackouts. The DDG of Human Settlements now, we will also be doing, like we are doing in other projects, we are going to do solar geysers for the most needy of beneficiaries. And you use the example of Miss Bess, because she's received a letter. She was just waiting for us to build the house. We are well aware of that. And the fact that now I will request that Mayor, because I am seeing him very soon. You are now aware we're going to do this in Vredebes. Please do a verification drive. Get the people who got the letters. And I mean, as the constituent said, you can even assist me in that regard too. We'll communicate when we are there. Come in, let's check if your information is right, because some people get disabled during this period and they're still on the waiting list. And when we build the house, then the person is not fully able, where we could have actually from the start adjusted the house accordingly if they had done that. So I think that will close that chapter. And as you do allude, Honourable Marin, and indeed, once we do sign the contracts, construction will start. And as we conclude and as we finish, we do hand over the houses, as we've done on other sites. In this case, it will be 100 units, as Rob has said. Just on the business plan, Madam Chair, once again, I engage mayors and MICO members. I don't worry with the administration. That's the biggest work. The data that leads us in our thought line is the data that I also share with the mayors. That's why I tell them, I know there's a massive need for more affordable rental options in the Western Cape. We are seeing that. Even for the year under review, the data is reflective of that. Why do you keep on persisting on BNG units when your own data shows the opposite? And with the targeted approach of who the priority beneficiaries are, we are forcing municipalities to look into their own pipeline. And as a Department of Infrastructure, it expands our role, even from our human settlements will be approached. I won't divulge much into that. That will be made public in November. But the business plan of local municipalities also needs to change to that reality. It's to focus on energy, alternative energy, because a lot of our municipalities, as much as they have additional Eskom capacity available, we all know what's happening with load shedding. At the moment, there's one project where I had to give permission for people to move into their houses because they were being looted and people were stealing. and the beneficiaries could see the house. I had to give permission because I can't wait for Eskom anymore. I told them, sign this letter. Unfortunately, Eskom and your municipality needs to sort out your connectivity. But please, I give you permission, move into your house. But don't go to the media and say you're moving into a house with no electricity, because I'm giving you permission just so you can protect your future asset. Because every time we need to spend millions replacing doors, replacing windows, and the very same community are just looking at what's busy happening. And that's something I don't understand. Also building it into the business plan, which also affects our figures because we can't sign off on it. National won't recognize it. But I hope that this intervention will assist us in that regard as well. Rebecca?
Just to start with the municipalities, as I understand right now, do not have dedicated capacity for FLIS. If you look at the municipalities across the board, there are challenges, as you've heard. Some municipalities are in very different stages of capability. So in the first round of engagements that I did, now into the third round, the Central Karoo, all the B municipalities in the Central Karoo mostly have their projects are in planning, identification and planning stages. There's nothing really that you can say is top structures, or it's all planning money that's awarded and very little money. So if you look at the 16 municipalities that was asked, honourable member, in the engagements there's activity in 24 B municipalities. We have activity. Some of it, like Central Karoo, is just planning. Some of it is much more advanced. If you look at Garden Route, Cape Winelands, and some of it still needs to get there. For example, West Coast is more in the middle. So when you see 16, it is not reflective of the activity that is happening multi-year when it comes to the project cycle of planning, implementation, and so on. Then the municipalities all face challenges when it comes to accessing mixed funding for bulks. And a lot of that impacts on project readiness and implementation. What we focused a lot on in the last 5 months are projects that are not ready to start moving it below the line of the business plan. And this is going to become even more serious when we go into 24-25 financial year because of the budget cuts that will come on the national grants. So when you look at the planning, Chairperson, on the diagnostics and the assessment tools that you're talking about, inside the municipality, they have the IDPs. Within our department, Ms. Nkosi has explained our diagnostic and assessment that we do as inside of the department. But there is a gap in terms of closing that. And one of this is the engagements that we are now doing. But we're also becoming more strict in terms of if they log the project, they will say, oh, it's going to take 12 months, whatever, to get the EIA. If it doesn't have an EIA, it can't be on the business plan because that's the delay of why the project doesn't move. So we're becoming much more strict in terms of what is implementation ready. Then on the title deeds, I'm going to ask Kamala to give a briefly bit more, but just title deeds is a huge issue. And in national government, each province has to prepare a recovery plan for implementation going into the next financial year. And we're currently doing that. We're doing an implementation plan. One of the action steps is within each of the municipalities to do a due diligence, because you can't stand back and say, this is the problem. You actually have to go into each of the municipalities to understand exactly what the constraints are when it comes to title deeds, and then be able to do the plan that addresses it within each of the municipalities. Then on informal settlements, if I can ask David to do a brief response. And I think on Gavin on the blacklisted question in terms of FLIS. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. In terms of title deed, the question really related to the role of the local sphere in terms of title deeds. And then I'm interpreting your input in terms of the readiness, because your question related to we approve the money and then it has to get rolled over. So a lot of what you are saying, you're answering your own question, it's spot on. It's about the readiness. They submit an application, but they haven't looked at things like, is the general plan in place? They've got transfer they're appointing a conveyancer, but they haven't done the basics in terms of readiness. So what we have done for the first time this year, so for next year's business plan, we've developed a readiness matrix just for title deeds. We've got that for all the B&G projects and all of that, but it's not going to be the silver bullet that saves all the issues, but at least we're hoping it'll lower the amount of rollovers that the municipalities are requesting. The DDG has also spoken to the due diligence that we intend to do for title deeds, and again, it speaks directly to this. We want to understand exactly what the problems are within the municipalities. And the chairperson also said the land ownership. So we can't be giving a municipality 5 million rand when they can't transfer anything in terms. So once we understand, or we do have a basic understanding, but again, the question of we rely on municipalities for information. Once we have a very clear picture on so many municipalities have general plan issues, we can then have a pointed response to just that general plan issue across the spectrum and hopefully begin to unlock more projects more smartly, work smartly with our money and our time, rather than this. It's now this one's responsibility to do that in Witzenberg, and then that guy on that side, he needs to that. So we're hoping to streamline our response to how we tackle title deeds through the due diligence, which hopefully next year will lead into more pointed appointments to handle those specific issues. In terms of the land, I mean, we know that is an issue. And you can write 1 million letters to the National Department, but you don't necessarily get a response back in terms of the land transfer. What we have tried is to use the HDA, because they sit in some kind of presidential forum where land is discussed. So we've and I'll ask Roy to give some more information on this. We've put together a list of title deed properties that are struggling, and we asked the HDA to raise these land parcels in a forum where somebody is listening, because right now we're just speaking to a post box. So I think I'm going to leave it there, and then maybe Roy can just give some input on the land, and then we can move on. Thank you.
Yeah, the land that we're speaking to, it's across 5 municipalities. They are Drakenstein, George, Knysna, Saldanha Bay, and Theewaterskloof. In total, there are 11 portions of properties, and we've been battling with the 3 entities. They are mainly the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, SANRAL, and Transnet, that we're trying to get these properties from. So it's been a good couple of years. We do understand that they have processes in place. They have the land committees, as well as obtaining approval from Treasury. What we can do is we can provide you with a report in terms of the numbers of beneficiaries that are affected by this. We don't have it at hand at this stage. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair and members. I'm just going to pick up on 2 issues. The one question was raised around increased interest rates, and that has had a marked effect on the affordable markets, and it's across the board. Statistically, we're seeing now that there's a dramatic decline in first-time home owners and buyers, at least. The department's doing a number of initiatives to address that, and that's the one initiative, particularly Minister referenced it, was the deferred ownership model that we've implemented and piloted in Bedarsdorp in Cape Agulhas. The very intent of that program and the focus on that is to help rehabilitate folk that have been blacklisted, that have had impaired credit scores. And part of that model is that they're assigned a financial coach as part of that process. So when they sign up for the rent-to-own program, their regular monthly rental payment is part of their rehabilitation process. And they have assigned a monthly coach that then helps them with their financial fitness, so to speak. So that's the one initiative. The other then, in terms of trying to keep the price point down as low as possible, the department has been implementing a number of projects with that very view in mind. I think we've had discussions now also within the Department of Infrastructure as to how do we, again, keep those costs lower. So, for example, security, where you've developed stock, you have to sell it, and the sales does take a period of time. The department then is chosen to carry those costs to ensure that the product does stay at an affordable level. The other instance as well, where we are marketing FLISP projects, we have a program called the Credit Readiness Program, which the institution that's assigned to do the marketing and sales component, they offer a separate service to, again, folk that have been blacklisted or that are badly indebted, where they're able to be rehabilitated. And that we included that now with all our new terms of reference, where we are appointing conveyancers and sales agents to do that work. This is a prerequisite now as part of that terms of reference, to build that in as recognizing the importance of that in the current market state that we're in. So those are the number of initiatives that we are doing. And then lastly, we're also looking now at, again, in Cape Gallus is piloting an incremental option, again, where we're able to bring down the price point and allow the individual themselves to do enhancements inside their units over time. I think many of us over time have built up the space in which we stay. In the same way, we want to extend that to lower the entry point of the price point to address the increase in interest rates. There has been a little bit of reprieve with the increase in the overall FLISP subsidy. There was a small increase to that, which gave a little bit of reprieve. And part of the bigger discussion too is going and looking at another definition of tying into the Financial Services Charter definition, which the banks use as a benchmark for their investment into the affordable market space. So those are conversations we're having with the Banking Association of South Africa, and seeing how we can advocate even at a national level to bring that alignment to maximize the impact into the affordable space. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair and members. I think the question around informal settlements, there are a mirage of problems within informal settlement to be able to unlock and develop informal settlement projects. Some of them are related to community dynamics. Some of them are related to locational disadvantage of where the informal settlements are in terms of the land, the density, and the geotech required in those areas. Environmental sensitivity of those areas are also issues that we battle with. But as a department, we've probably been doing well in advocating for new ways of doing things. Some of them is the super block approach that the department is driving towards, to limit the number of people you have to relocate. As the DDG mentioned, land issue in close proximity where informal settlements are is a very big challenge that we grapple with. So those are some of the things that trip us as a department to be able to go at the pace that we expect or anticipate in informal settlement project. My colleague, Mr. Smith, also mentioned earlier the issue with the Musa Bay, that the community reacted and vandalized the TRA that they've got. So those are the mirage of problems that we have in informal settlement project. Added to that requires basket of solution and interventions to also mitigate the informal settlement upgrading project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think there's outstanding response still that Brian will take for Honourable Member de Villiers and yourself. Brian, if I can hand over to Brian.
Thank you, Chair. The member requested or asked, how do we monitor that the municipalities are adhering to the guidelines in terms of selection of potential beneficiaries? Once the council has given the long list of persons to be assisted, then they have to complete the subsidy applications, and that's when the staff within the department comes to play. Once they have an application, they would firstly check if the person is on the waiting list. For what period of time? It must be longer than 3 years. And then also to check that they 3 years, sorry, more than 3 years. And that the reason why many people ask why 3 years, because you remember we say we're prioritizing the age, and the age being persons 60 years and older. So if we didn't put that 3 years in place, you would have all the grannies flocking to the area, or like we say, rent a granny to try and get to be fast-tracked on the system. So those checks and balances are done. And if any of the persons is not older than 30 or 3 years on the waiting list or not on the waiting list at all, that subsidy application is returned and they are then given an opportunity to respond in that regard. Furthermore, you refer to a specific case where the gentleman was on the waiting list, but somehow the paperwork and everything was lost. When we give the municipality access to the system, there's various levels of authorization. So in a case like that specifically, the item would go to the council, and if a council is satisfied that they know that the Denton family has been squatting and he was on the waiting list and he is here for a certain period of time, then they can register that application with a retrospective date. Obviously, the person who have that that access level or that rights that authorization is on a much higher level. So it is possible, and I would say in maybe that case specifically, we can assist with that specific case. Then also the chair asked the question about persons on the waiting list whose income is below 35. Look, unfortunately, it is so that at time of application, that's the date, or time of application of completing the subsidy application, that's the income that's taken into consideration. So, but remember, the opposite can also happen. You could be earning in excess, say 5 or 10,000, and at the time that your number comes up, you could be unemployed. But I think more so now than ever, we encourage persons to register on the database, because the First Home Finance program has also now given the opportunity to those persons. Firstly, it's no longer linked that you must purchase a complete house. You can now also purchase a service site. Right? It's also no longer linked to a mortgage loan. So you can actually, with money in hand or a loan via your employer, or your brother wins the lotto and give you a contribution. So I think it's very important, because as we also deliver service sites under the IRDP program, municipalities can actually sell that properties off to persons in that income category. Although the FLISP is not linked to the waiting list, because you are assisting yourself and you're finding something to purchase, when it comes to sites that have been serviced, it will only be fair that if a municipality has got X amount of sites that they're reserving for that, is to then revert to the waiting list and give persons who's on the waiting list, whose income exceed the 3,500, that they actually then get preference. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. As I indicated, the sections we are dealing with, it's ABD. Any other financials is for the scoper. You can sit in the scoper to ask the questions that you have there. I am on D now, and I think you asked all the questions on D. Member Maran? D. We are on D. Do you still have another questions for D? D is the last one that we are dealing with. Any questions from the EFG and the C is the scoper issue. So you will sit in scoper to ask those questions. Me, I'm dealing with the A, B, D only.
That's where I am.
Where are you, say?
Say, the last two questions, or one on A, and then I'm moving to B. Yeah, because you said we're dealing once with A, B.
Honorable member.
That's what you've said.
We've been on B, now we were on D, seriously so. But because I'm being a very honorable member.
Because the fact that
You are
others
on
were.
B, just while I'm still talking, you switch off, and then we've got an agreement. So we are on B, you ask the questions on B. And Somar, because the other members also have asked on D, take your B and your D and ask the questions.
The fact that others are at B does not mean I'm there. Because you said we're dealing with A, B, D at once. It does not mean that I have a question at E.
No, you didn't hear me, Honorable Member. I said,
You are saying I must deal with B while I still got a question at A.
so I'm saying that we are done with A. We finished with A. Then we started with B. It might be maybe you lost it when we were talking to the pages, as the members were talking the pages. And I was just saying that I'm a very nice chairperson because you were not even indicating the pages. That is why you didn't see when we were moving to the B's and the D's. Now I'm saying that because of, ask your questions in B. I know the members already, they are on D. Ask your questions in B. And if you do have the questions on D also, do the same, ask those questions, and then we will be progressive in that fashion. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to start at A. Page 8. The AG stated that management did not complete. And if you look, for instance, page 8 and that, it speaks to title leads. The AG stated that there are not supported evidence or reliable information on that. I would like to understand what the AG mean by that, Chair. Then, Chair, can you protect me? Page 26.
Protected,
Yeah.
Isaac.
Page 26, Chair. The second last paragraph, it was reported that 2 housing projects were completed. 130 units completed. Just want to check when we're going to start with the second phase of that particular project. Then, Chair, on page 38, I was not page 38, it's page 51, Chair. Yeah, page 38, with regard to the allocation. Department appreciates the economic empowerment is an important tool to improve livelihoods of reduce poverty. With regard to the allocation, 50% of the HSDG funds to specific groups, especially women, Chair, and youth, can we please receive a breakdown of the numbers, the number and details of companies owned by women? If we don't have it here, we can get it outside of this meeting. I'm fair. Then, Chair, on page 51, alternative building technology, Transex. And if you also look at page 52, that 170 of those houses has been built at the Transex project. Whether we will proceed, Chair, despite the fact that some of those houses during the floods and storms, the walls have collapsed, roofs has been blown off at Transex projects, and it could have caused injury to those who are staying. Those houses are not old. It was a handover in this year. Although it was built, the 117 over a number of years, because the first 45 or 44 was supposed to be a handover in December 2020. So on page 52, although it's reported 170, I understand it's the handover this year, built over a period. Whether we will continue with building those houses, because one company have started, I'm not sure whether it's TSN or whether it's Tusk, but one of them have started building those houses. It could not manage. It left the site, but they were allowed to introduce a new company, which is actually the same, TSN and Tusk. Then, so I just want to check whether we're going to continue building these houses. Then, Chair, on page 52, if you look, Chair, at the bottom, other housing programs, which is your FLISP. Now you will see the delivery of houses through this year, where it comes from, your Bitos, Brede Valley, and so forth. But we don't know these FLISP, whether the person is in Stellenbosch, in Drakenstein, and maybe with the annual report meeting, we should add a third column, which basically speak about FLISP, whether there's one in Stellenbosch, whether there's two in Drakenstein, whether there's so many, so that we exactly know where they are coming from, Chair. At this stage, we only see a number. We are not sure whether it comes from. And when the municipalities report, we are not even sure whether they have included the two FLISP houses that's been built in that area into that tally. I accept it's not the case. Then, Chair, top structures, the year that we are dealing with, 5,380. 60 municipalities. More than half of municipalities within the province, because there's 4 metros and there's 1 metro and 4 districts. But in terms of service sites delivered, it's only 1,230. Does it mean, Chair, that if this department wants to build 10,000 houses, it won't be able to do so because of the number of service sites delivered on an annual basis? Because if you compare the number of sites delivered under the previous financial year versus the top structures that's been, we might catch up with the number of service sites that's been delivered by the different municipalities. I just want to check with the MEC, does you see in the long term a problem where there will be not enough service sites to build top structures that we want to build? Thanks.
Minister, I will give over to you, but also Member Maran was very nice to say, if there's additional information that you don't have at your disposal, you're more than welcome to give that to him. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, is that an embargo for me to ask me not to respond long? I'm just kidding. Chairperson, I'll be very brief because I get the gist of what Member Maran is actually asking us. But I think because we all need to understand when we walk out of here exactly what needs to be communicated externally as well, so we don't confuse our communities. Honourable Chair, remember there's 2 grants that fund our housing program in terms of the non-metro areas. It's HSDG grant, which services sites and builds top structures. And you have the ISUPG, which is informal settlement upgrading, but which also delivers service sites. And you would pick up, if you go to the AG's report, for them, a service site is a service site. What funds it for them, it's actually irrelevant. And I think with that clarity, so that when we go out of here, because there's a priority list which gets top structures, you will note that sometimes our top structures and our service sites will differ, because the component, which is the service sites, is either earmarked for informal settlement upgrading, or it is for those, as Mr. Denton has indicated, for those individuals who will not get the top structure, but in terms of the housing program and access to alternative opportunities, they will get the service site. So it's not about, we will have 10,000 service sites, which will yield 10,000 houses, I think, which is what we need to understand. Similarly, in the new Department of Infrastructure, and just looking into the future, branch human settlements, they will still focus on all of our programs, but There's been, since 2020, Honorable Chairperson, through you to Member Maran, an active drive on affordable housing, which means we encourage the IRDP program where we build BNGs with a focused approach, the first home finance, and also the service sites. And locked into such programs is also light industrial sites, which the municipalities can then ultimately sell off, and it goes into a specific fund. I just want to provide the member with that clarity. In terms of Transex, and as much as Transex was started before I became a provincial minister, the bulk of the issues I've had to deal with, sadly, has been regarding the choice of technology, which was also predates my term of office, and why the technology was chosen and why it took so long. And I've been very transparent with the standing committee. But what we will be doing, and once again, this is with the lens of infrastructure, of which this is now going to be a branch. We are going to avail a site where we're going to test all of these technologies, and we will show the standing committee and show those councillors who want to see the various technologies, because what I've learned, and similar like the standing committee, we are here to learn where we can improve in terms of governance oversight, but how we can accelerate housing delivery. Transex, I believe, under the previous term and the previous minister, they sought to do that. But the guidelines in what technology is the preferred one was never in place. So there were various technologies being tested. Transex is sadly a failure when one looks at that technology because of the cost and the time and the wastages and so forth. Why the houses? So due to the heavy rains in June, the walls collapsed. I think the Labika and the team must respond to that, because inspectors signed off, NHBRC signed off. I also would love to know why the walls gave in. It's not, I think, a direct impact of the technology utilized, but in our case, from the infrastructure part, what I can commit to the Standing Committee Chair is we will be testing these various technologies and actually inviting you. We will be availing a site, because you can't use an active human settlement site to also test the technology, which is what exactly went wrong in Transex. Nobody ever could give us data of the technology. And I inherited that, en ek kan maar niks doen as ek het geërf het nie. But ek moet nou pa staan vir 'n ander man se baba, sê hulle in Afrikaans. En ek moet sommer maar die pa wees. Dankie.
Okay. Just if I may seek clarity, Honourable Member, you referred on page 8 to an AG comment, but I'm not seeing it. Is on page 8? Is it on page 8? You said that on page 8, the AG, there was an opinion on title deeds. Is it a statement in the narrative? Oh, page 142. But this is in the financial section. This. Okay, Camilla's going to answer that one, but okay, I got it. She's got it. We just wanted clarity. Thank you, Honourable Member. So Camilla will respond to that. Then on the two SH projects, Conradi Phase 2, Gavin, on the economic empowerment, women, youth breakdown, it's noted. We will submit breakdown information. On the other housing for FLIS on page 52, where they're geographically located, and the differentiation, are we able to submit that to you, the breakdown in the information? Is that a submission that you're asking for on page 52?
It's on page 52. And that's the actual matter for me. The FLIPS housing.
Yes.
Because we should have that information. Where the site is it in Stellenbosch, Cairo, wheresoever? And I've also suggest maybe, if you think it's not necessary, that maybe in the next annual that we have a third column, which basically says that FLIS, Stellenbosch 10, Worcester so much, so that we exactly knows where it comes from.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Member. I understand that now. It's noted. Then on the top structure server sites, maybe David, if you could just briefly explain the planning and the funding tranches with the municipalities for 1, 2, and 3 funding tranches, and the planning function with the municipalities. If I may speak to Tranche 6 briefly, and then I'm going to first hand over to Gerard to respond on Transx. As you've heard the minister say, Transx was problematic in that they used different technology. Then the subcontractor to the main contractor was brought in. So TSSN is the main contractor and TAS is the subcontractor. And they had to do a lot of redoing and building and repairs in terms of the problems encountered. And that is why there was a delay in that project. We spent an inordinate amount of time on Transx. So at that stage, Benjamin Nkosi was the acting chief director during the last financial year. And on a weekly basis, we were either on site or online with the MM and his team in trying to make sure that we could fix the problems in Transx. At the stages of handover, there were certificates in place, and I'm going to ask Gerard to speak to that because the municipal manager and I worked on a weekly basis at 7 o'clock in the morning, dealing line by line itemization of each of those units and each of the problems that was encountered and how to fix it with a timeline. And frequent, almost monthly meetings on site. So I'm going to ask Gerard to speak to the issues that were encountered now during June and how we responded to that, because we also fast-tracked our responses. And I think there were 2 houses initially where the roofs were blown off and our turnaround time. Thank you. So Gerard, maybe if you can start.
Thank you, DDG, Chairperson and members. I don't have the exact details. My apologies. I will try my best to answer. So I'm not involved in that region, but I do know, as the DDG has mentioned, there's been a lot of involvement from the acting chief director and the regional staff in the Drakensberg region to focus on the repairs of the Transx units. Like DDG has mentioned, a clear plan of action was on the identification of defects, shortcomings in terms of certification, and ways and means of addressing that in the immediate term. So the defects, like the roofs, etc., that has been identified and a plan of action has been established. In terms of their allowance to continue building units, I know that the department is also in the process of termination agreements with the service provider, and that alternative processes will be established to procure new service providers for subsequent phases to the Transx project. At this stage, I think a preliminary number of 50 units have been included for the next financial year, so there will be a concerted effort to start with the subsequent phases of Transx in tandem with the continuation of attending to the urgent defects that have been identified over the last couple of months.
I'll respond to the title deed question. Member Maran, you must just correct me if I'm interpreting your question incorrectly. You're asking why essentially did the AG have the finding on title deeds when we've got the performance listed on page 8? Is that correct?
So it's title deed performance. The AG is saying that management did not complete the accurate performance reports that are supported and evidence-based by reliable information.
Okay, so reporting on title deeds is a very complicated issue, and it started earlier on in terms of the differentiation in terms of the financial years. So you've got pre-1994, 1994 to 2014, 2014 to 2019, and then 2019 onward. If a title deed, if a contract was signed on the 31st of March 1994, it falls into one period. If it was signed on the 1st of April 1994, it falls into a different period. So the 94, that pre-94, 94, it creates a lot of We've put ourselves tight ropes around our own hands by defining title deed transfers or national has in terms of these specific years. So that's the first criteria that the AG would look at. They want to make sure that we're reporting a title deed transfer in the correct year. The second issue that came up through the audit was the reliability of the HSS. So that was a national finding, not a provincial finding. What was on the HSS isn't reflective of what is actually happening on the ground. And the AG then said to us, you cannot use the HSS as your evidence base then. We need to provide a contract. So if we're saying that project so-and-so happened pre-1994, we need to show evidence. We need to show a contract. We need to show a plan or something that was signed off pre-1994 to prove that we're counting that title deed in the correct year. But the biggest, and I didn't like them very much when they said this, but their biggest finding was completeness. And their finding is fair. I'll say that off the bat. And it links to what the member asked earlier about our reliability on the municipalities. So we have a great reliability on them to give us accurate information in terms of the transfers they've done with the grant they've received. The problem is they don't report completely. So they will tell me I've transferred 2 this year, but then the deeds register says they've transferred 20, they've transferred 100. We've gone on the information that the municipality has given us and not done the reconciliation with the deeds register, and then at the same time taken what's on the deeds register and translated it onto the HSS. So the big gap, so we are underreporting. We are underreporting because of the gap in the technology that we're using. We have identified the way forward for this, though. We're intending to appoint a data analyst, and this person has to go back since 1994, since whenever the registers were established, to confirm what's on the deed register and to correlate it to the HSS. So it's an information technology response. Clean up the data so that the data we're using gives us a better platform. And we do anticipate that the backlog will drop significantly if we do that. So we want that to be the start in terms of setting up our processes. And then in future, our reliance on the municipality will be less because we'll have the defined automated processes. We will then change the process to a municipality verifying our information rather than us depending on them to provide us with the base information. That's in very short, that's the crux of the issues. Thank you.
Sorry, did you just to repeat the question on the social housing? What this member was asking around Conradi?
Gavin, the member was asking when the second phase of Conradi will start for social housing.
Oh, yes. Thanks, member. It's imminent. The social housing institution is just waiting on what they call financial closure with the SHRA, which is the finalization of the end user or the development finance. So it's imminent. So it's on track, and it's just that last hurdle that has to be met by the SHI. But that should go to grounds in the next couple of weeks once that comes through. So it's on track.
Okay, I think in terms of the standard operating procedure of the department as to different gateways that our project passed through before final implementation and approval, we have the stage 1, which is called the project initiation process, that the municipality or developer submit project initiation to activate project. It moves to project feasibility stages where we assess the feasibility and viability of the project and all the components that is associated with the project, and ultimately project implementation readiness of a project that gets to implementation. So those are the 3 key stages that our project approver goes through to checkmate and to verify the readiness of project. And as such, we have different tranche payment and tranche release in that regard as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Maran.
Yes, one issue, Chair.
What page?
It's the issue of projects. And I note the response by the MEC, the front houses, and for us as a committee to go and look. The second one is because the DDG is saying that Task was a subcontractor. When TSS started, there was no task. And only when TSN could not manage, they were asked to bring in another company which is task. So task was never there. Never. They came when TSN could not manage. And I'm glad that we hear now that looking at the type, not the type of houses, but the quality of those houses, that we are in a process to terminate and to start a process to get a new service provider. I just want to raise that. Can I ask my last question, Chair? It's an F. F.
Chair, if I can, and I mean, I hope this really provides closure for the member in terms of Transex, because I know since I've become the minister, he's held me accountable, and I do thank the member for that. What I have done, because obviously the more and more the AG went into the department, the more and more they picked up stuff which I welcome. And when I appear before Scopa this afternoon, just so the members are aware, Transex is one of the projects that I've handed over to the Provincial Forensic Investigation Unit. That's how serious I take what happened there. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Much member Kama.
I want tea now. Thank you, Chair.
You are welcome.
Thank you, Chair. My first question will be on page 96. Table 3.2.2. There, Chair, I just want to check how long does it normally take to fill the vacancies, and link to this, Chair, because I see on page 110 where it talks about advertising and filling posts, and it says number of posts of vacancies that were advertised in 6 months of becoming vacant. I just want to check in terms of level 14 and 13 there as to why were the posts not filled 6 months after becoming vacant, even when it says not filled in 6 months, but filled in 12 months. And then the other question that I have, Chair, is on reasons for why staff members have resigned on page 100. I see there that you have a 36, out of the 39 resignations, 36 people do not provide the reasons for why they have resigned. And I want to check if the department does have exit interviews, or is it perhaps a case of some of them having to face disciplinary processes and then decide to resign? The last question, Chair, that I have on D is on terminations. If there we can also get some explanation as to what were the reasons for the terminations, especially on senior management and CIS senior management level, which is indicated to be 4. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable members, any other questions? The last round, we are running out of time. Page, now I'm straight. Page and a question. Member Seleko and Member Maran. D section, like D for David section. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that guidance. To the department, I would just want to latch on to what Member Kama said in terms of the resignation. Can we get more specifics in terms of the 39, which is on page 99? Which levels within the department has those resignations been, or whether the merger of the change of the department has had any impact in terms of that number of 39? Just to get more specifics in terms of that, that would be highly appreciated. That's my first question, Chair. And then the next one will be on page 120. It is from 3.12. It talks about labor relation issues. Yeah, I would just want to know more about some of the issues, or maybe let me rather rephrase and say, what kind of assistance is given to individuals that are going through issues, social issues? There's a lot of pressure outside, and like one would see that, under influence of habit forming, and then that guy was taken to DC, and one would just want to know, before if he's out of the system, what measures or what did the department do, to assist this particular individual, before, because I believe, assets must be looked at, must be protected, and we must do everything in our power to make sure that the people that make us shine at the end of the day are the one that is a priority for a department, to do all the beautiful things and get all the unqualified audits, it's because of the staff. And the only thing that we can do to staff is to make sure when they are in need, that we are there as a department to make sure we hold their hand and we don't take them to, they don't leave us by virtue of being, yeah. And the other one, Chair, based on that is also in terms of grievances. It's just more about question, like clarity, Chair, and detail, or grievances, to who has the grievances been? Has it been like middle management or senior management against the, or the lowest against the other one? Just give more info in terms of the grievances that has been lodged and which has been resolved. And also on page 122, Chair, injury on duty. I see there's two. Temporary disablement. Can you just give us more info in terms of what actually happened? That there were members or there were staff members that were injured on duty? And then what mitigating factors have you put in place to prohibit that happening in the near future? And from the last one, Chair, 123 to 130. There's a lot of consultants that are used. Can you just talk to that to me, That's from 7 pages of consultants, big amounts, I'm trying to avoid the question on your usage of consultants. If you give us more information in terms of why the usage, is because of the kind of sector that we operate in. We cannot do out with consultants, just that. Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate your indulgence.
Honorable members, I know you are very excited of the annual reports. If you still have questions, we are going to break for lunch after this round, and then we'll come back after scope so that you can continue with your interrogation of the annual reports. That's how generous I am. Member Murray?
Chair, if I may make a suggestion, I'm also holding on to some questions, but I think they would be more appropriate for Scopa. And noting the very detailed nature of the questions asked, perhaps they can be submitted in writing so that we don't have to take additional time from the department.
Member Maran, continue with your questions. Don't respond to anyone.
Because no one will second that proposal. No one will second that proposal.
Ask the questions. Ask the questions.
Not even Seleko. Chair, some of the questions has been asked. Like on page 96, there are 10 vacancies. Then Chair, on page 100, 36 staff members and their resignation. Just to get a bit of information why. Then on 106 terminations, Chair. Page 106. Termination, I'm going fast. Then Chair, page 113. Sick leave. 401 staff members. Almost 5,000 days. An average of 12 per staff member. It sounds a bit high. Or it might be that one person were off for 50 days and pushing the average to, we just would like to understand, an average of 12. Page 120. I think the Honorable Seleko have touched on those issue, that issue. Misconduct and disciplinary hearing. It seems that the person is using drugs. Not sure whether it's stuck or the type of drug, but whether there was some assistance and what type of assistance given to that person. Page 121, strike actions. And if you look there at the top, column, total number of persons working days lost 2. Total cost of working days lost. I don't see the cost there, just say 2. There should have been cost to my understanding. Especially unless it says that no work, no pay. I just wants to get some more information about this strike. Who is this person that have striked? And the reasons why they have striked. Is it about the money issues? Whatsoever. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The who part is not going to be responded to. It can be the level, whether it's a junior staff member, or it can be answered in that fashion. But the who is the name, so it's not going to be answered with the who. And the members, in the meantime, they must keep in mind that the transition from human settlement to the Department of Infrastructure, it changes of the staff members to leave the department to a certain extent, but the department will answer. And other than that, members after the department have answered, I tend to, and I'm saying this was the last round of the question. You don't have any other questions. We'll continue with the business. There are issues that I need to talk to you about before you go for lunch. Any other questions, you can be with the chairperson in the school. Over to you, Minister. Oh, DDG, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to respond to 2 of the questions. Then there's detail on the sick leave, the labor relations grievances, injury on duty. All of those, may I respond to that in a submitted report in the detail that was requested, except for issuing and releasing names, if I may.
Is that okay, members? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So on the 3 star, sorry, let me start again. on the 2 level 13 and the 1 level 14. When I came into the department, there was an issue around a COE shortfall of 25 million rand. And so I had to sit with the management team and do an exercise where we went through every single post on the establishment, what was filled, what was vacant, and how we were going to put the money back into the envelope, which we then did. So those 3 posts were placed on hold. When we came into the Department of Infrastructure, we have now finalized in the past few months, we've now got it right, submission for the filling of urgent, critical and critical posts, and we've reallocated money, and now we can proceed. We are the ministers fast tracking the urgent filling of these 3 posts. And then there are a few other urgent critical that we are in the process of filling. On the resignations, part of it was refresh, where people didn't, because of that change management exercise, and part of it was staff leaving because of more lucrative positions in the city of Cape Town and in the public sector. And then the other information, with your permission, Chair, we can submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I tend to believe that for the infrastructure, there's going to be, as human settlement as a branch, the organogram is totally going to change as you do all those, or already you have already implemented the reorganization for the organogram. Any last words from you, Minister?
Chairperson, no, indeed. Today we are closing, I think, a chapter of what used to be called the Department of Human Settlements. This is the last time that the team and I will be preparing for the standing committee talking about the Department of Human Settlements. And I do want to thank your role as the oversight for the period that we were the Department of Human Settlements. But I do also want to thank Lebika and the team, Madam Chair. It's on the one side, we had to close down the department while we need to migrate to a new department. And that in itself was very, very challenging. But like I said in my opening remarks, rough seas really test the ability to lead. And I think this department, as we are winding up and closing down, and we've had to deal with a lot of historical matters, has truly shown, that if you are committed to doing the right thing, then you can ultimately ensure that what you plan to build into the future, you will not repeat historic mistakes over and over again. And the audit outcome is a significant proof of that commitment of the team. And I do want to thank them in that regard. Madam Chair, as we move forward now and the branch is now fully cemented in the Department of Infrastructure, you touched in your closing question on phase 2 of Refresh. Indeed, Refresh phase 2 will commence in due course. I do believe in having an optimal capacitated department as a whole. And given where the future is heading in the Western Cape, and I've been tasked to lead this massive department, of which branch human settlements is part of, you will still see further change. But let me tell you one thing, it will be change for the good. It will be a change that focuses on innovation. We have seen that through the Department of Human Settlements, much as we had various issues. Elements of innovation is what we have been talking about. When I started the journey as the Provincial Minister of Human Settlements, I made 7 commitments in my inaugural speech in 2019. And as I close this department down, I'm proud to say what started in my term, I have delivered on all 7 my priorities. All the issues that I've had to deal with the team is actually very historic matters, which is the nature of human settlements. So I do want to thank all of you for playing a massive part, and I do want to thank you for being part of the closure of this department today. Obviously, SCOPA must still happen, but from your oversight role after this, it will now be as a branch in infrastructure. But I can guarantee you one thing, where we are heading, it's going to be very, very important, but also very exciting as we seek to change our people's lives in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I must say from my side, I think I'm the oldest in this department for the past 10 years, being the part of the human settlements family, because we were in a stage that we don't even say the department, we have become a family in the human settlement. I need to say thank you very much. And I mean, I always say this, and I'll say it again and again. You are one Department of Human Settlements is the department that no one will ever say thank you, because the more you deliver, the more the demand gets to be created, and the more the complaints they will come. So thank you very much for all the efforts that you really are doing, and it's noted. And on another hand, we know you can do more. That is why you are now in the infrastructure to make sure that you take the whole of society approach and also that innovation that is needed. And I've got the brilliant members to look at that. You can see now we have increased the numbers because increased the portfolio to infrastructure. Even the numbers are more to make sure that that oversight role. But I mean, we are stakeholders. We are part of the team to make sure that at the end the communities, they feel what you are trying to give to them. It's not about us being police. We are not policing. We always say that we want to be part of the department to make sure that our communities get joy in what we promise as we engage with them. So with that being said, thank you very much. As we close the Department of Human Settlements, Minister, and looking forward in continuing with the infrastructure. And I can only say that all the best to the department. I'll meet you 2:00 in the school. And there is a lunch. I don't have any wasteful expenditure in my committee. So make sure that you do justice to what I've organized for the lunch. Members, if we can sit for a few seconds, there is an issue I want us to talk about. Okay, members. Members. Member, madam. Okay, so thank you very much. Are we going to do the resolutions? We don't have the resolutions. The resolution will be all those questions that you can send to Shumis to ask for the information that you so just send the email on the information that you need, and then in our report we'll compile what you have sent to her to be our the resolution to receive the information. Secondly, so remember we went for the expropriation bill and we engaged with the of which after we indicated the number of the public hearings, the officials came and said, no, it's not doable, it's costly, we cannot. But on the matrix, there is all areas that we went through, there's a feeling that we left out some of the rural communities because where we were, it was far, like your Mazigama wouldn't come to Saldana and all that. So that is a little bit concern from my side that Shumis indicated that to me. And I want the committee to take a decision of what are we going to do, because if there are communities that are saying that they haven't contributed because we didn't afford them the opportunity for the public hearing, and the distance, like from Van Rensdorp, I mean, it makes sense if a person complains Van Rensdorp to Saldanha to come and do the submission. Yes, we had the social media, we had the emails, and we had every sphere, but it's not everyone that can use that space to do the submission. So I want to hear from the committee, what do they say? Should we extend and go and do? But that has to be, I will have to write, with your permission, to National to ask for the extension so that we can be able to go and do those public hearings. I'm just throwing it to you members to hear what is your take on it.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question of clarity, what would the timelines look like? Just noting that we are currently under the annual reports and it's quite constrained at this time, followed by constituency.
Yeah, that's the thing. That means if that has to happen, if I have to ask for the extension, it will be maybe extension for around February, until February next year. Because now we are doing this, and after it's adjustment budgets, and then when we come back, then that we will have time to do that, because it's already the end of the year. Member Maran?
Chair, thanks. I just want to check with you. The reason why they are saying we can't. Because if you look at the health has also a number of public hearings. And the chairperson of health, we have now wrote a letter to the chairperson of the NCOP asking for another 3 public hearings. And I would like to know the response to that specific committee. Is it a case where our budget maybe have been depleted or almost been depleted, and the reason why we can't have maybe another 2 or 3? If it's not the case, how is it that the chairperson of health wrote and asked for another 3, meaning that there should have been permission given by the administration for him to proceed asking for another 3 days? And if my understanding is correct, when it comes to the NSI bill, it's out of the time frame we are still in. If I understand you correctly, we can still have, if permission has been granted.
I think what is important is now we are not done with the negotiating mandate. We haven't received the communication of the date for the negotiating mandate. But the technicality is the parliamentary program. We won't have time to do that because we are in the annual reports. I'm just being proactive of if they say, okay, negotiating mandate, November, a certain date, still technically it's going to be difficult for us to go out because we still have to do the adjustment and other things. So if I get a permission from the committee for extension, I won't ask a month, I will ask until February. Then I know that if we have to go for extension of the public hearings, it will be maybe your January or your February. It won't be now before the end of the year. And that it will be after we got the approval from national to say, yes, we can extend, because it doesn't make sense for me to approach our admin here whilst national is going to say, no, that is not going to happen. So I have to, with your permission, if you agree, I start with requesting the extension. Then when they say extension granted, is then that now I can come to the speaker or the senior managers or the secretary to say, here's the challenge that we have. We have requested, as a committee, we agreed to request the extension, and then our plan is for this coming year, the beginning of the year, we must go for the public hearings for the places that are far, that the rural areas where people are saying that we excluded them, we can identify and say we are going there.
If you allow me, Chair. Look, Chair, the expropriation bill is a very important one. It's a very important one. And although we are not agreeing in terms of what's been in that bill, but it's a very important one. It speaks to people on the ground. And there's some people that fears that they might lose their land. And there's some people that are saying that we might get back our land. Now we weigh with those two. I fully agree with the process. And I agree that we should ask for extra time. The parliamentary program of this parliament can't be only applicable to us and say they will not find, there's no space to do that whilst it seems there is space, and again, I'm going to hammer on health, whilst it seems there is space to deal with that particular issue. But it's fine, Chair. I really want us to have more. 3 more.
I hear you. So I'm leaning also on the procedure. Like after, if we get the extension, then we have to advertise. We have to advertise, Honorable Member Maran. So we will have to advertise, and then the advertisement has to have the dates of saying where we will be going. So I'm calculating that it's not the issue of even they can't put it in the program. It's just doing the right thing to give the notice, and then we will go there, of which you wouldn't want on the 16th of December for you to be in the public hearing. And you've been crossing this province, working in the committee. So the next day will make sense for you to go for the public hearing, and then we do the down. We do. Members, there's the agreement from member Maran. Any do we agree any seconder to that? Member Maran? Member Slick. I can't hear you. I can't.
No, Chair, I'm okay with the proposal. I'm okay.
Do is we'll send the communication and to ask until February, and then we'll take from there. Honorable members, thank you very much for your engagement. That was the end of the Department of Human Settlements. From now on, it's an infrastructure. You are all appreciated. The meeting is adjourned.